Hello, this is Geburgstaller. I am the professor of trumpet at Arizona State University, which you can see kind of behind me. It's my honor and privilege to be sharing the next hour with you as part of the Italian Brass Week. This week I was supposed to be in Italy, and I am not in Italy. Only Italians are in Italy, so ciao. And what you'll see there is Italian Brass Week has gone completely online, and this was the slot for me to do actually my recital. Instead, for all the participants, what we've done is virtual recitals. So you can go to the Italian Brass Week Facebook page and you can see what we've been doing all week as far as connecting with musicians all over the world. So I was asked just to speak a little bit and to play some videos of live performances and some of my other concept videos for you. And I do hope that this brings a smile to your day. I'm going to start with some Bach. Bach, of course, is the root of most of what Western classical music is. This is a preview of my upcoming CD, as yet untitled, and this is a Bach cello suite, Sarabande. That is one of my favorite pieces. In the arrangement for the CD, takes some twists and turns. I'm not ready to reveal that to you yet. You'll have to wait for the CD. So let's move on to one of my favorite recent performances. Is with the Malaysian Philharmonic Orchestra. And when I was with Canadian Brass around 2005 it was, I was really enamored with the music of Astor Piazzolla, of course, who's known as the godfather of the Nuevo Tango. And as a result, I brought in 4 pieces into the Canadian Brass's repertoire. This was before really classical music had completely embraced Piazzolla. Now everyone kind of plays it. So it was a new thing. I'm proud of being, on the ground floor of bringing that in. And you can find that on the Magic Horn CD, also featuring Jeff Nelson on great horn features on that CD. And the suite on that CD is called Quattro Tangos, and it's 4 tangos I chose from Piazzolla's repertoire. The next one is Oblivion, and this is with the Malaysian Philharmonic, myself soloing and my wife Julie conducting from France, Limoges. And that's all I'm going to say. This is one of my favorite pieces ever. I'm sure yours as well. right, I'm back. It's a beautiful, 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 beautiful piece. Let me turn off the audio. It's a beautiful piece, is it not? We're going to stick with a little piazzolla. We're going to take a bit of a left turn in spirit and in presentation. The spirit part is this is an entirely different type of tango. I would say this is actually a tango. Oblivion is not really in the tango category, although it's gotten lumped in there. Next is Libertango. And it is about liberty, which is definitely the topic of the moment in the world. And the presentation of Libertango is through one of the groups I'm really proud to be in. It's called the New York Brass Arts Trio, and it's with my eminent colleagues David Jolly on horn. You know that he's an international horn soloist of great renown, and then also of great renown Chaim Avitzer out of Israel, and he's the trombone soloist, and together we form the New York Brass Arts Trio. This is our fun take on Libertango. I'll just leave it there, and we can talk about how and why after you see the next. Right? Hopefully you can tell we have fun together as colleagues and as musicians, and that came out of an inspiration because it was raining that day. We actually went through that car wash 26 times, and it was raining outside, so the car was extra clean. All done with one camera and one of our favorite pieces of music. So probably all you need to know about Libertango. Do check out David Jolly and Chaim Avitzer's work out there in YouTube land and the interweb land. They're brilliant, brilliant people and musicians and wonderful human beings. Next, we're going to go to a recital that I did at the Rafael Mendez Brass Institute recently, and it's music of De Falla, specifically Nana. And we're all familiar with this piece, of course, as mostly a vocal piece, and the traditional style, or the known style I would say, is that the vocal is more of in a classical operatic style, right? And interestingly, De Falla really wrote these songs and also Amor Brujo with a different type of singer in mind, more of this type of wailing singer that you would see in the country at that point in an authentic manner. Perhaps you might be familiar with this type of wailing singer when you see flamenco. So with that in mind, and then inspired by Miles Davis's Sketches of Spain, who explored this wailing style because he was also exploring De Falla's past and the political arena around De Falla in the country at that time, what he was allowed to do by the government and what he was not allowed to do. So this is a sort of a fantasy on Nana. You'll hear the written part at the beginning and the end, and then you'll hear my take on the wailing and what those singers may have sounded like in the middle, in an improvisation. Nana, with Miriam Yetzi, or now Miriam Hickman, wife of David Hickman, one of my heroes and my teacher, on piano. De Falla with Miriam Hickman on piano, accompanying me at the Rafael Mendez Brass Institute last year. I was so happy that the Mendez Institute was online last week, and we had a robust number of applicants and participants, and we had an amazing time, all online. Who would know? That was Defia. I'm going to now, since I was talking about the Mendes Brass Institute, and we just played a clip from there, I'm going to go straight to a piece from another teacher of mine, and you know him very well, Anthony Plogue. And while this is not the world premiere, this may be a premiere to you because this was only released last week, and by the good graces of David Hickman and Joe Parisi and Tony Plogue, this is Summit Brass, of which I'm a member, so this is another group I'm proud to be associated with, performing the fourth movement of the new Anthony Plogue Symphony for Brass. Tony Plogue, brilliant in so many different ways. Brilliant as a teacher, brilliant as a composer, brilliant as a musician, as a trumpet player, and ultimately one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet. Most genuine. Changed so many people's lives, including my own. Love you, Tony. Next, we're going to go to some Bach. We started the program with Bach. This is an impromptu appearance on the steps of the ruins of a cathedral in Macau several years ago. Everywhere I go, I try to do impromptu appearances and community outreach. And this was what we came up with after our huge concert the night before and a feast. Then we went out and we filmed this. you'll see 4 cameras, no cuts, nothing, just 4 cameras, and then we align them together. And it was 108 degrees while we filmed this. And we thought, you know, people would enjoy the music, and I think they did. But you'll see that something develops in the course of the performance that we did not anticipate, which, well, you got to see it. So here's Bach in Macau. We did not anticipate all the selfies, but it was a nice way to connect. We were definitely an attraction in a way we did not foresee. But the acoustics on those cathedral steps were quite amazing. What you hear is what happened there, and 108 degrees out, and then we had McDonald's ice cream afterwards because that was, we were all a little overheated. And that was the only ice cream we could find. So yes, ashamedly, I went into McDonald's at Macau after one of the most amazing meals of my life the night before. So a theme for all of us musicians, and I think that's partially what is challenging about this summer for us, is that we depend on, we thrive on interconnection between not only ourselves and the audience, but ourselves and other musicians. We might call this collaboration, but it goes a little deeper than that, doesn't it? We like to be around people just like us, creative minds, and see what happens when you put us all in a room. So that's leading up to my next video, which is one you may have seen. It's called Mozart's Blue Dreams, and this one is called Dig That Mozart. And Dig That Mozart is one of 3 videos that we made to promote Mozart's Blue Dreams. You can still get it on Summit Records, you can find it on YouTube, and you can buy it through iTunes, whatever you prefer. And this is a collaboration between myself and one of the world's best Latin jazz pianists, Hector Martignol, who is on faculty in Munich as well as in New Jersey in Hofstra. Very well known amongst your jazz friends or whomever who's watching and from the jazz world. I probably shouldn't say too much except if you've never seen this one, you might not be expecting what's coming. And isn't that a good thing? This is Mozart's Blue Rondo. And I'm back again. I think you can tell we had fun both with the recording of the music of that one and the storytelling. So that was a very interesting journey, that particular recording. Conceptualization of it is basically the following. The fantasy is, if you would, what if the great composers of yesteryear were time traveled to the future and had access to YouTube? What would that exposure for them learning of all the genres of music that we now take for granted at our fingertips. What would that exposure do to their compositional style? Rather than just, I would say, a jazz version playing the head and a solo and then the melody again, if you check out those CDs, and you can find them for free on YouTube, this is a little more of an organic process where we're really exploring the compositional styles. If we have time in the hour left, we have about 10 minutes left. So now I'm going to force upon you one of my own compositions. This is called Within. And as you might be able to tell in the broadcast so far, I have an eclectic taste. I encourage my students to have an eclectic taste too. The more we learn about other musics and then strive to appreciate and admire and then even incorporate what we learn from those other musics into our own music making, the more we align ourselves with what music is supposed to be, sharing, uniting, all in harmony, right? Beautiful things. So then I will then share with you something that I wrote for my parents. This is called Within. So that was Within. The story behind that was I was coming back from Singapore actually into the States, and Hurricane Katrina had hit New York, where I was living with my wife there, rather hard. And I was teaching in Baltimore, so instead of going to New York, I was able to fly into Baltimore. And I had 2 extra days there, so I went into the classes there and recruited music students, and they came in and they were a choir in the recording studio there, and I wrote this piece and laid it down and then later made the video. So as you know, we musicians react to our circumstances in a creative manner, and then we're always attempting to make the world a better place. And if that brightened up your day for just one of you out there, then I did my job. So we're going to end with more friends. So far I've shared with you the New York Brass Arts Trio with David Jolly and Chaim Avitzur. Also my crossover quartet with Hector Martignon and Hans Glavishnig and John Ferrari. And we also heard Tony Ploeg's Symphony for Brass Movement 4 with the Summit Brass, full of my friends as well. And this is one more group I'm currently a member of. It's called the Washington Symphonic Brass, and it's led by Phil Snedeker. That's right, the very Phil Snedeker that you know his etudes from, the Phil Snedeker Lyrical Etudes. The very famous Phil Snedeker is my friend, my very good friend. And so one of our summer projects with this group was to put together 2 of Phil's arrangements, and you can find his arrangements online through his website. This is the Washington Symphonic Brass playing some Copland for you. And then after that I'm going to sign off. So this is our last piece of this evening, Washington Symphonic Brass. Makes me smile to see my friends. If you don't recognize some of the players, I'll just talk trumpet. You saw in there, of course, Phil Snedeker, and then also Kevin Gibo, and then wonderful lyric playing from the solo cornet from the Marine Band here in the United States, Matt Harding, and the arrangement again of Copeland by Phil Snedeker. It's been really my pleasure and my honor and my privilege to spend the last hour with you, whether you're watching this live or you're watching this as part of the Italian Brass's online offerings. Special thanks to Luca for soldiering through and really affecting so many brass players around the world by putting the Italian Brass Week online. I'm going to eat some, well, there's nothing here like the food in Italy, so I'm just going to go be very sad about my food offerings in the United States. That said, I'll let you go. I'll see you somewhere around my travels in the world. Don't hesitate to shoot me an email. And if you're looking to study trumpet somewhere, Arizona State University is an amazing place to study at. And I would be happy to speak with you via email about any questions you might have about coming here to Phoenix, Arizona, where it's only hot for 2 months of the year, and the rest of the year it's paradise. Look at this tan. Come to ACU. All right. Thanks for everything, guys. Great to see you, and keep changing the world through music. Keep your chins up. Keep those smiles on. And remember, actually I'm going to talk a little more. Remember, we don't have to affect millions of people. Just 1 or 10 or 20. So start with your family. Write music for your parents, for your grandparents. Do performances for them over the phone. We can't see them in person, perhaps, depending on where you're living. And perhaps we don't have large audiences yet, but that does not mean that people do not.
Welcome back in Florence. Just try to imagine that you are in Florence and you will be in Florence. Now we have, as usual, the groups. After kind of a lunch and all our highlights, we will have first M5 Mexican Brass Quintet. They are extraordinary. Really, they sound amazing, and enjoy them. And just right after, you will have the Colombian horns. Also very, very good and very, very extraordinary group. So please enjoy, and I'll see you for the next master class at 3 o'clock. Ciao, ciao.
Hola, hola.
Hola, hola, hola a todos.
¿Cómo están? We are M5 Mexican Brass.
And we are so happy to be here with you.
Los saludamos desde México para todo el mundo.
Esperemos que se encuentren todos muy bien. Yeah, so we're M5 Mexican Brass, and it's a big pleasure to delight you with half an hour of our music and tell you a little bit about who we are. Hope you enjoy.
Hi, my name is Oscar Villegas, and I play the trumpet in this beautiful brass quintet. This is like a family with my friends, very, very good friends. and I played in orchestra. It's my principal job, and I have two girls and wife, obviously. And oh, you know, I not speak English very well, but I'm trying, and I very happy stay with you.
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm the other trumpet player of M5. And Oscar and me, we founded this group in 2005, which is already 15 years ago. And at the very beginning, of course, we had no idea where this would take us at some point. I think it was 2008, we started doing a tour in the United States every year. And they became bigger and bigger and longer. And then every year, literally one new country came to the travel list, and now 15 years later we look back on 1,300, 1,400 concerts, something like that, in 5 continents, and it's really amazing, because you don't really plan on something like that. I'm originally from Germany, and I lived 15 years in Mexico, and it's just the last 2 years that I moved to the United States. I'm living in Atlanta, where I teach at Georgia State University, live there with my family and my kids, and yeah, we are very happy to share a little bit of our music with you, and we hope you enjoy.
Hello, my name is Juan Carlos Quiterio. I play French horn, and I play with these amazing guys since 2007. I play in orchestra. I married. I live with my wife and my new born son. I like very a lot play with these guys. In this group, everything is fun. Is a lot of music. Is very interesting. Greetings to all and bye.
Hola, mi nombre es Roberto Carlos Cruz Silva, trombonista del quinteto M5 Mexican Brass.
Hello, I'm Roberto Carlos, the trombone player of M5 Mexican Brass.
He's our little baby.
Tengo 28 años. Hace 8 años entré al quinteto por una invitación de Oscar.
I'm 28 years old, and exactly 8 years ago, I was the last new member by invitation of Oscar. Oscar, you never told that.
It's true. I don't know what happened.
Nos hemos presentado en tantos lugares, muchísimo. Algunos son...
Especially when we go to Alaska, when we start to ski, you know? You remember?
Ya. Bueno, Estados Unidos, Chile, África, Alemania, China, Canadá.
So it's really incredible. We've been playing at so many places, like United States, Africa, China, Germany, Canada. And Oscar is saying, do you remember when we tried to ski in Alaska? Imagine the Mexicans skiing for the first time in Alaska.
Mucho dolor.
Sí. Pero para mí es una de las mejores giras que hemos tenido. Para mí, no sé para los demás.
The Alaska tour?
Yeah.
Charlie says the tour to Alaska was the best tour for him.
It was amazing, absolutely.
Impactful.
Exactly.
I agree. This was really cool.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Me llamo José López Juárez y yo soy turista de M5, Mexican Browns.
No, okay. This crazy man is José López. He plays the tuba in M5.
Yo he tenido la fortuna de acceder a este grandioso quinteto desde el 2007 que formo parte.
And I'm very lucky to be part of this great quintet since 2007 when I came in.
Las razones son muy simples. En las giras que tenemos, mucha comida, mucha bebida, mucho viaje, mucho disfrutar.
The reasons are very simple, because on all the tours we do, there's a lot of food, there's a lot of drinking, there's a lot of traveling, and there's a lot of fun.
La última cosa que hacemos siempre es tocar juntos con estas grandiosas personas.
And the last thing we do is play together with my wonderful friends. So it's the last thing.
Yo soy originario de la zona de Texcoco, una zona muy influenciada por la música de viento.
I'm originally from Texcoco, which is an area in Mexico which is very famous for wind music.
Actualmente toco en la Orquesta Sinfónica de Pachuca, aquí en México y en este grandioso quinteto. Tenemos un proyecto de enseñanza de núcleos para niños, para una cuestión social.
And I also play in the Pachuca Symphony Orchestra and in this wonderful group, M5. And I'm also teaching in an educational project for kids. It's a social educational project in Texcoco.
De este proyecto ha nacido un gran festival que tenemos aquí en Texcoco, que algún día conocerán, que también M5 se ha presentado en este grandioso foro.
And from this project, which you just mentioned, in Texcoco, was born the idea of a music festival, Vientos de la Montaña, which is a very large music festival in October, right? Is it October?
October.
Yeah, in October every year, where M5 has already performed, and also very famous people from all over the world, but very many participants.
Sí, nosotros somos muy felices de hacer música con M5 y esperemos que a ustedes también les guste toda la música de M5.
Yeah, for us it's a big fun to play together, and we hope that you like our music as well.
I want to say something for this moment. You know, it's very difficult, but I think the most important is the music, and you need feel how change your life. And I want to say, take your instrument and be happy.
Sé que son tiempos difíciles, pero tenemos que cuidarnos unos a los otros. El cuidado empieza de uno mismo.
I know these are difficult times, but we have to take care of each other, and taking care always starts with yourself.
En esta situación que estamos viviendo, ahora lo importante es que nosotros nos mantengamos con buena salud.
In the situation we are all living right now, the most important thing is that we stay really healthy.
Si nosotros tenemos buena salud, después tendremos la oportunidad de gozar de conciertos, clases y toda la situación que quisiéramos en la vida.
And if we're healthy, then we will be able to enjoy concerts and lessons and courses and everything that we enjoy when this is over.
Entonces, lo que hay que respetar las restricciones para cuidar nuestra salud. Saludos a todos y que tengan sana distancia.
And that's why it's important to follow all the instructions for safety, for health, and whatever is necessary to just stay safe. And many hellos from Jose, and he says in healthy distance.
My wishes for you is be patient, be smart, practice a lot of music, and enjoy the music.
Yeah, these are very challenging times also for a group like us, with all the work cancelled, all the concerts lost, and also money lost, and everybody is kind of in the same boat. And I think we have always the opportunity to either complain or see where we can grow. And I think it's important to watch, to observe, and to take advantage of all the things that we can do now, because we have time. And go inside, do something that you always wanted to do, learn to do yoga, learn to meditate, play a lot of music, and just become a better version of yourself. So, and for us, this is, as a group, this is also like a time of reset, of reboot, and to just go with the flow, and when it starts over again, to be fresh, to be a new version of who we are. And as my friend said, it's important to stay healthy. It's important to be happy. This is what music making is about, and we hope you enjoyed our music and to get to know a little bit about us. And we would love to meet you in person very soon, anywhere in the world, on stage, backstage, under the stage. And take care, be well, and until next time. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Adiós.
Prima di tutto ricevete un cordiale saluto dal Consiglio di amministrazione della Fondazione per l'integrazione musicale della Colombia. Siamo un'organizzazione senza scopo di lucro focalizzata sullo sviluppo di azioni volte a consolidare un piano sociale per migliorare la qualità di vita della popolazione colombiana e migrante venezuelana. La nostra attività organizzativa si concentra sullo sviluppo umano, a partire del salvataggio pedagogico, culturale e professionale di bambini, giovani ed adulti di entrambi le nazionalità, attraverso la consapevolezza artistica e la diffusione della musica. Tutto questo senza distinzione di razza, credo o genere. Dalla nostra fondazione vogliamo congratularci col maestro Luca BENUCCI, il consiglio di amministrazione e tutti gli insegnanti che hanno partecipato a questo splendido festivale nella 21ª edizione. Ed infinitamente grazie per l'invito e l'accettazione di una delle nostre aggruppazioni. Receive a cordial greeting from the Board of Directors of the Foundation for the Musical Integration of Colombia. We are a non-profit organization focused on the development of actions aimed at consolidating a social plan to advance the quality of life of the Colombian and Venezuelan migrant populations. Our organizational activity focuses on human development based on the educational, cultural, and occupational rescue of children, youth, and adults of both nationalities through artistic awareness and the dissemination of music. All this without distinction of race, creed, or gender. From our foundation, we want to congratulate Maestro Luca BENUCCI, the board of directors, and all the teachers who have been part of this beautiful festival during this 21st edition. And we infinitely thank you for the invitation and acceptance of one of our young groups. Reciban un cordial saludo por parte de la Junta Directiva de la Fundación para la Integración Musical de Colombia. Somos una organización sin ánimo de lucro centrada en el desarrollo de acciones encaminadas a la consolidación de un plan social para el avance en la calidad de vida de la población colombiana inmigrante venezolana. Nuestra actividad organizacional se centra en el desarrollo humano a partir del rescate pedagógico, cultural y ocupacional de niños, jóvenes y adultos de ambas nacionalidades por medio de la sensibilización artística y la difusión de la música. Todo esto sin hacer distinción de raza, credo o género. Desde nuestra fundación queremos felicitar al maestro Luca BENUCCI, a la junta directiva y a todos los maestros que han formado parte de este hermoso festival durante estas 21 ediciones, y agradecer infinitamente por la invitación y aceptación de una de nuestras jóvenes agrupaciones.
DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece, and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
I thought back into the studio, and we want to welcome now the maestro Charlie Vernon.
Hello. Hello, Charlie.
Ciao.
Hello.
Ciao, Charlie.
Ciao.
How are you?
Luca, it's good to see you. I've been watching you this week. It's really nice to see your face again.
Nice to see you very much.
That's great.
And I hope to see you in person very soon.
I know. It's always the schedule. You know, it's always the orchestra summer thing. But now we don't have an orchestra right now. Well, that's great. Okay, so I'm gonna try something here and plug the sound into the iPad, and I'm gonna play a little bit.
Okay.
And then I'll take it out and talk, and so I can hear you. So
good.
Okay.
Take your time and enjoy your masterclass.
Okay. Thank you, Luca. It's great seeing you. Here we go. And you guys have to tell me if this sounds okay. I've been struggling with the you know. Play one short piece. Oh, which instrument? Okay. Make sure I'm in the right spot here. Okay. Okay. Could you hear me okay?
Very nice.
Raise your hand if you heard it okay. Okay. I'm dealing with technology, so it's a pain in the butt. So, what I'd like to do, that was the first movement of the first page of the Robert Spillman bass trombone concerto, which has 3 different aspects of playing, which for an audition, for the listener, it's fantastic because you can hear 3 separate things and you can really tell how a person can play. So I wanted to play that for you. So my thing today is Song and Wind. I've been one of the luckiest people in the whole world to have studied with Arnold Jacobs since about 1968 or 9 until he passed away, and I believe it was 98. I'm not exactly sure.
1988.
Long time.
1988.
Huh?
1988.
Yeah, he was born in 1918. Yeah, I know that. At any rate, this man is, always shall be the greatest teacher that there ever has been for a wind instrument. He had an incredible way of talking to you, trying to get you inspired to make music. And his whole idea, he made a very simple thing: song and wind. Okay. So I'm going to just kind of try to break that down for you and show you how it works for me and how it should work for most everybody. Okay. The song is the most simple part of this, in that you imagine what the greatest sound that you could even think about. You imagine the greatest sound you could imagine on your instrument, whatever instrument that is, and describe that sound. Describe it in color, in size, in texture, in core, in excitement, in clarity, in emotion. So you have this sound in your head that has all these different parts in it. Okay, so it's really important that you think about that. When he told me that the first time, I thought, what is he talking about? I want to know how to play the trombone. And he did not want me to know how to play the trombone from a technical way. He wanted me to how to play music on an instrument and sing a song, okay? So singers, you know, singers sing from their vocal cords, and actors, they act with their vocal cords and their body and their face and everything. The same set of nerves, the cranial nerve, I forget which one it is, number 7, that goes from your brain to your lips is the same one that goes to your brain to your vocal cords. It's the same thing. So imagine, bum, bum, ba, ba, you know, whatever you're singing in your head, whatever sound is in here should read out on your lips, okay? So I was going to, I just want to make that so simple. It's incredibly simple. So you think about what you want to sound like, and you imagine that sound in your head, and at the moment that you play, you sing that sound as loud as you can in your head. Boom. I mean, really forceful in here, beautiful out here, but really directed from your brain, okay? So I'm going to play just a little song for you, just to kind of demonstrate that, okay? What I want to do is demonstrate the singing quality of tone, and I just happen to have all 4 instruments here. So this is not about, and I want you to understand this, this is not about, how can I put this? In other words, I don't want to get a bunch of questions like, wow, how can you go from the alto trombone to the contrabass trombone, and what mouthpiece to use and all that kind of crap. I don't want to hear that. Yeah, I'm going to show you what I do. This is what I do. This is what I've been doing all my life. And this is what, during this pandemic, I've been playing a lot. And so I should be able to play. So I'm going to put the microphone back in and play these things, okay? It's a Blazevich A2 out of my book. Okay, here we go. Put it back in. Can you still hear me? Okay. So I'll start off with a tenor trombone on this one particular thing. Baby trombone, alto trombone. It is 8 o'clock in the morning. now for something completely different. The bass trombone. Something completely different. It's a bit challenging in every way. That's what Jake called a privilege tone. Okay, that last note was what Mr. Jacobs would call a privilege tone, which put more top lip in there and flap the sound, just blow the sound and fake the right pitch. Okay, could you hear all those things? Okay, gives you an idea. Okay, the bottom line, what I tried to talk about in this, what I try to do is, it doesn't matter which instrument that I have in my face. What matters is that I'm singing through these pieces of metal. This is a great one. This is really a good one too. That's my second favorite trombone right there, the alto trombone. It's fantastic, and this is the best one that's on the planet. It's right here. So, just thought I'd let you know that. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about buzzing the mouthpiece. Okay. There are two reasons that you buzz the mouthpiece, okay? The main reason, the huge reason, the big reason is you sing through from your head through your lips. Sing the notes. If you're not singing from your head, this will never come out. Okay, okay. And this is the reason we do this, is because it lets you be able to sing through this little instrument. Now, let me just say one more thing about buzzing that I want to make sure that you understand. Like I said, the main reason is to sing a song through your lips, okay? The other reason is, the part of the main reason is that it takes air to do that. Excuse me. It's early. Let's see. This is a G. Okay, that note, let's say that note, I can play that note, mezzo forte, forte, for about a beat and a half. There's a lot of air moving. Now, a lot of people think that the buzz on the mouthpiece is not important and think that a buzz is a buzz, so this would be okay for them. Listen to this buzz. I can hold that forever because that's a terrible buzz. It has no air behind it. It has no sound behind it. Okay, so it's important that you understand that. The reason we buzz the mouthpiece is to sing a song through it and use all your air supply to do it, okay? You don't get anemic sounds and you don't put things, I personally believe that a lot of people will buzz like this as opposed to this. If you notice, of course, it's a better sound without this, but I was out of air already because I was trying to get the best quality of sound. This elongates the sound, makes it easier. I'm out of air completely. So, a lot of people do this. A lot of people I know really well have things that they do to try to make the sound on the mouthpiece the same as it is on the trombone. And it's not. I might as well do this. Let me show you this, okay? This is an instrument. Remember, this is an instrument. It's a little instrument. You can change it a little bit to get some of those notes. So, buzzing on the trombone is really important, okay? So I gave you one reason for sure for buzzing, and the other reason is obvious for me and obvious for most people, especially all you Italian friends out there who I've spent so much time with. It makes the sound better. It centers the sound. It elongates the breadth of the sound. It's just a better sound. No matter who it is, if you can get a good the sound of the trombone is better, okay? There's no doubt about that. So, the reason, and this is the funny part of this, and I'm going to buzz a little bit for you, but the comical part to me about this is that there are many, many, many people who discourage buzzing the mouthpiece. They discourage it because it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to get a good sound. It's hard to stay on pitch. It's hard to keep the sound steady. Oh, and it's an airy, terrible sound. And oh, why am I doing this? This makes no difference. It's no good. That's just a cop-out. That's just an excuse for not busting your tail practicing to get this to happen. It's not going to come right away. You just can't do it right away. And the other thing is, I showed you the other reason that people think that buzzing the mouthpiece is not good is that when you put it in the trombone, it changes. Well, yeah, it changes a little bit, but as I showed you, you get a better sound. So what I want to do is I make people do this all the time, and they don't like it because it's hard. So I'll sit there in front of many people. Some of you already know this, and everybody's got their horns out there, and everybody's got their mouthpieces, and I say, okay, I'm gonna play Happy Birthday, and then you're gonna buzz it while I play. So it comes off a little bit like this. I'm plugging in so you get a little bit of a better. So I do this, let's say. That we played all 12 keys, people are falling over and they can hardly sit up straight because it takes a lot of air to do that, okay? So, remember this. You cannot do that unless you breathe. And you cannot do that well unless you sing in tune. It's not possible, okay? So this will make your playing better. Okay, and the simplest way to do this is to play a melody that you know, okay? So let's say I have, like Happy Birthday, but if you have trouble with the first note, then you spend time on the first note. And remember this. And you hold it way out. You don't go like this. This is easy. This is harder. It's harder to move that air like that, okay? Now, so you can do many things. You can buzz with a drone, like you have a drone going and you buzz that pitch, and then you buzz a scale and arpeggios with the drone, or you can, you know, basically you buzz a lot. Now, I'm going to put this, now you're going to have to tell me, I'd like for all of you guys, if you can, take a screenshot. God almighty. Or make sure you get the address. Oh, crap. Hold on. This is terrible. Tell me when you can see that. Can you see that? Take a screenshot of that. Take a screenshot of that and post it.
Yeah, we are doing it.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this. This is www.henson music, Henson, Henson music.me. I think that's Maryland. What this guy did was with a 3D printer, he's got different sizes. This is the large bass trombone. There's two or three other trombone mouthpieces, and this is, and he's got horn and trumpet, I'm sure. This is a cutaway mouthpiece. This is an old version that I had, a mouthpiece cutaway. It's the same thing, but it's indestructible, and it's almost, and it goes in the trombone. Yeah. You have a slow single tongue like me, you have to work on something like this, double tongue. Can't believe I'm doing this over the air. This is great. It's great for your practice. You've seen people with rims, and I saw the ad for that company. That's a good thing. Okay. Now, let me get back on track to where I am. Okay. Try to do this correctly. Okay. I'll try to play that. Okay. Okay. Now, let's do a little bit of this. So we're talking about song and when. Okay. So I've talked a lot about song. Song being what you think about while you're playing, the music, the sound, the rhythm, everything goes in one unit. Boom, like that, okay? That's the song. The wind is the air. I want you to do this for me three times. I want you to sit up, and believe me, sit tall in your chair. Sit tall when you play or stand, but sit tall. Not like this, but you just sit tall, okay? And I want you to suck air from your lips, okay? So that it's like this. So I'm gonna have you do this 3 times. Once I want you to close your lips down and pinch here and just suck air and make all the noise you can. And if you're in front of a mirror, this is a good thing because I want you to notice your neck when you're doing this. Ready? There's a lot of tension here. I looked at myself doing this yesterday and I thought, wow, this is a good thing. So the next thing is almost at least 3/4 less tension in your lips. So it's like this. Okay? So you're sucking from your lips and you're seeing here, and you might have noticed that there's less bulges in my neck when I'm doing this. The third one is this. Simple. Suck to here. suck. If you do that in front of the mirror, you will see that there's nothing down here that's tense. Okay, so I left my rebreathing bag at the hall in Chicago, so I made this last night. So this is a way to practice breathing many times over and over without passing out. So you fill this thing up. So your body goes up and down. You don't necessarily think about it filling up here first. All you do is get the image of the bag going up, full, and coming down. Okay? Let me just say a couple things about these devices. I don't remember the name of this one. But this makes you really breathe, because to hold the ball up the top, look, all right. This is my favorite one. This is called an incentive spirometer. And you can put a mouthpiece in it and do some things, but that's not as important as what I'm going to show you, okay? It has this dial on it that's wide open to closed. When it's closed, I think of that being as piano, or pianissimo, okay? So what I'm going to try to do is watch the ball. The idea is to look at the ball and make sure the ball does what you want it to do, okay? And the idea is to suck the ball, suck this thing up, and hold it to the top of the thing here. Excuse me. As long as you can. And I don't mean at the soft volume doing this. I'm talking about this. So you put your focus on the ball. You don't think about anything else but sucking and blowing. So you're blowing the ball up the top. But remember that you're not blowing like that. You'll have to do that a little bit later. So that's piano. And let's move it ahead to maybe mezzo forte, a couple of dials. Again, the focus is you watching the ball. It has nothing to do with, don't think about anything but sucking in air and blowing air. Okay, let's make it like a forte. So it's like, so the airspeed, let's see. So that's kind of what that is. And then if you do it all the way open, it's this. However.
Charlie. È preso.
Okay.
Charlie.
So.
Charlie. Charlie.
All these devices.
Let me send it.
And somebody let me know when there's about 10 minutes left, okay? But all these devices
already over.
That you use, the bag, this, and this other thing here.
To advise him when 10 minutes are left.
Okay.
Charlie? A visual thing so you can see the ball. You can see what happens when you breathe correctly. And you look at that and you think the focus on the
non mi
end
sente.
product. The
Charlie?
end product is singing. The end product is watching the ball.
Doesn't hear us.
Questo è il problema con lui.
Okay, so that's like
Charlie.
the reason that you do this.
Charlie, time is flying, and we need to go to another another Zoom room with another professor is waiting. Charlie, I love you. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope this has helped, and I hope people really understand this. If you have questions, you can send them to, I don't know, put it on my, send questions to my website or my Facebook page.
Okay.
Or
Perfect.
somehow this way. Anyhow, I hope it's helped. I'm sorry I foamed at the mouth too much, but there's one thing I really wanted to make sure you get is this. The death of the trois. Let me just say, I have to say this one thing. You got the song in your head, your lips, your tongue, and your slide arm go exactly in rhythm with the song. There's no, it's like you playing this, boom, boom, it all goes together, okay? That's the most important thing that I teach is legatissimo.
Legatissimo.
Sentimental over for you, but anyhow.
Ciao, Charlie.
Ciao,
By the way, Charlie, I know already when you are in vacation next year.
Okay.
Because I have people, I already asked some friends there just in order to know when you are in vacation, and Riccardo Muti will be in our orchestra conducting. So I will be back to you.
Okay, you're lucky. Okay, take care of yourself.
Ciao,
Bye,
ciao.
Charlie. Thank you very
Charlie.
much. Bye-bye.
Love you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Ciao.
Ciao.
So, okay.
Josep, ¿me escuchas? No.
Sí, sí.
¿Sí? ¿Ahora sí?
Ok.
Ah, perfecto, Josep. Bienvenido a la Italian Brass Week. Encantadísimos de tenerte aquí.
Bienvenido all'Italian Brass Week. Soy Luca Benucci. Hola, Joseph.
Hola, encantado.
Encantado también. Bienvenido.
¿Me oís bien?
Sí, muy bien.
Sí, perfecto.
Perfecto.
Perfectísimo.
Yo también, muy bien.
Ok, si tú quieres puedes empezar con tu masterclass.
El topic.
Y explicas primero el tópico, si te parece bien, y luego empiezas.
Perfecto, perfecto.
¿Ok?
Muy bien.
Ahora hay un poco de retraso.
Ok.
Ah, ok. It's coming too late,
¿De acuerdo?
sound.
Pues, se repite. De acuerdo, de acuerdo. ¿En inglés o...?
In English sería perfecto. In English perfect, because we will have students from all over.
Ok, perfecto, perfecto. Mucho gusto.
Ok.
Tiene uno estudiante.
Perfecto.
Adelante, adelante, Josep.
I would like to present, to introduce a short warm-up exercises I would like to introduce a sequence of exercises treating the different aspects involved in playing. No? So the first part, I would like to introduce as a different exercise, breathing exercises in the first part of the warm-up. For example, 2 minutes. There's a problem? It's okay? Okay. So the first part of the warm-up, I would like to chat the different breathing exercises with this part of this ultra breath. So I would like to first activate the muscles of the breathing. Just let the air inside and then pass through the lips free. So less time inhale, more time exhalation. Just to starting the muscles and the throat open, letting the air pass through the lips. So the next part, I would like to introduce breathing and then voice and mouthpiece. For example, intervals. Molto legato. Then the octave. So this exercise, I like the first one for just activate the body and the muscles involved in playing to open, and then with the same aperture, singing inside the mouthpiece and playing in the same way. The next aspect I would like to work is the connection between the mouthpiece and the instrument. So the connection between voice is the same approach, the same direction. It's the natural from the voice, from the song, and from the air to the instrument. So the connection between brain, mind, body, and instrument, music, has to be always in a good way, in a proper connection. Okay, so the next part will be with the instrument, flexibility exercises or scales, but I would like to focus first on a special exercise for the beginning of the notes without tongue. And then, for example, another song with multiphonics. Just to keep open the throat. And then, for example, another note, another song with bending. And then, for example, another with ascendant bending. I like to start with these open exercises to keep them of the season, of the session of exercises. So the emissions, the production of sound, and the breathing will be the first part of the format. And then, for example, we can practice in different octaves with tongue. Etc. So it's important for me the logical connection between the air, the breathing, and then the vibration, the space, the cavity, for the resonance of the sound. So the first part, the part of the adaptation of the sound inside the body and the sound in the instrument is important. And to the song, the bocca chiusa song. And then, for example, we can go on with flexibility exercise. With the frullato in the final of the exercise to keep open and the air relax, pass the air inside the instrument to the bell, to the room. important to keep the eyes open and to listen the result all the time, listening the result of the movements we do. The movements we think in music, we have to connect directly with them. The body doesn't exist. Yes. And then alternate with staccato and different accentuations. So it's important to be progressive with the register and also progressive with the tempo. Not all the time slow, not all the time fast. To be flexible. So this is the reason is if we practice slowly first, we realize of the connection all the time of the sound, of the production of sound. I listen. And then frullato is important. Just to feel the thinking, feel the things outside of the body. Exactly. And the connection between the vowel in the different registers, we can practice in the flexibility, this connection. For example, the low register, more O, the medium register, more A, high notes, E, and contra, agudo, S. So we can try, for example, Just the same position, not without changing positions. Exactly. Exactly. We can repeat in a point of the warm-up. It's important to test again the mouthpiece. Only to prepare the body and mind. Is not playing, is not practicing. We can warm up just for playing a rehearsal or a concert, but then we can practice every aspect of the warm-up. For example, a session only for scales, 2 hours of scales in a different articulation, but for warming is only one scale of every register. For example, 2 octaves. And then staccato. And then frullato. Then just chromatic, and then for example and another scale. Another articulation. Another model. But these exercises will be only general warm-up. The warm-up depends on the music. The music you have to play after the warm-up. This is important. So this is only a preparation, general preparation, to be just in the point, in the middle point for starting, not to be burnt for a start, just to be active and relaxed and really conscient of every part of the body and the music. So the connection, the coordination is at the last of the warm-up with the scales or arpeggios or different movement of for example, is changing the accents. So the music we play is full of short notes, long notes, fast notes, all registers. So we have to be prepared with all the aspects involved in the music and in the body too. The less air, less speed, more air, more speed. So we have to change fast the way of blowing. For example, another kind of exercise will be intervals. The intervals is also a important exercise because the pieces, the music, are full of different exercises. Descendant exercise, ascendant intervals. So changing the scale, changing the articulation. And then it's important the different, also the trinos, the micro changes. We can work with the trills. So, breathing, voice and mouthpiece and instrument flexibility with different articulations and registers, and scales. Try always the best legato with the medium. Half pistons is similar to practice mouthpiece inside the instrument. So the center of the vibration has to be with accuracy given inside the instrument.
Joseph.
Hi, Luca.
Yeah,
I
not to jump in, yeah, because you know Charlie Vernon he took 10 minutes more, and we need to go now. There is Mary Bowden waiting for us, and so we it's only 1 minute that we ask him to finish a little earlier for you.
Perfect.
I thank you. Gracias, muchas gracias por tu masterclass. Nos vemos otra vez, o España o en Italia.
Nos vemos pronto por el mundo.
Seguro que sí, Josep.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
Muchísimas gracias.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao.
So we are back in the studio, and we have a contribute from our main sponsor, Buffet Group.
In Magnerkirchen gibt es eine sehr lange Tradition von der Herstellung von Musikinstrumenten, die über 350 Jahre mittlerweile andauert. So, in unserem Werk fertigen wir die Marken B&S, Heuer, Scherzer, Melton, Courtois und Bessen. Das sind in Summe über 10.000 Instrumente, die wir hier pro Jahr fertigen. Und das alles in reiner handwerklichen Fertigung. Natürlich das auch teilweise in Kombination mit hochwertiger CNC-Technik. Das heißt, unsere Perinet-Maschinen oder die Teile dafür werden auf CNC-Maschinen hergestellt, aber wie zum Beispiel die Schallstückfertigung, die Anstoßfertigung von den einzelnen Instrumenten, das ist wirklich in der klassischen, traditionellen Fertigungsweise, so wie wir das seit über 200 bzw. 250 Jahre kennen. Unsere Fertigungstiefe hier beträgt 100%, das heißt, sämtliche Bauteile, die wir an einem Musikinstrument vorfinden, werden bei uns in eigener Fertigung hergestellt. Das fängt an Schallstückfertigung, Anstoßfertigung, Zugfertigung, sowohl für die Ventilzüge als auch für die Handzüge von den Posaunen, die Montage, die Oberfläche vom Polieren bis Versilbern, Vergolden oder Lackieren von den Instrumenten. Unsere Instrumente, die wir hier herstellen, werden auf der ganzen Welt von vielen namhaften Musikern gespielt. Sie sind in allen Orchestern der Welt zu finden, wie New York, Berlin, zum Beispiel die Meistersinger-Posaunen werden in Wien gespielt bei den Philharmonikern. Das ist eines der namhaftesten Orchester der Welt. Wir sind permanent bemüht, unsere Instrumente weiterzuentwickeln, seien es neue Modelle oder auch kleine Veränderungen an Instrumenten, die dem Musiker helfen, das Instrument mit Leichtigkeit, besserer Intonation oder Ähnlichem spielen zu können.
You get in, okay? Mary, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to the Italian Brass Week.
Hello.
Thank you for being with us.
Hello, Mary, and thank you very much and welcome. And I have to say thank you very much for the contribute of your group. Sound amazing, really sound amazing, and looking forward for tomorrow too.
Awesome. Thank you all for being here. It's morning for me. Let's see.
Do you need to be host? Do you need to be host to produce some? No.
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, great.
So for everyone watching, if you have a piccolo, you know, those of you at home, around the world, go ahead and check out your piccolo. A flat or B flat side, A or B flat side. I'm going to walk you guys through my piccolo warm-up that I do pretty much every day. Just to give you guys a background, I mostly work as a trumpet soloist. I'm the leader of Seraph Brass and also professor of trumpet at Shenandoah Conservatory. And the piccolo trumpet is probably my favorite trumpet to play. I started when I was 16 on the piccolo, and I used to play a shilky with a cornet shank mouthpiece, which is very typical for piccolos, but now I play mostly on this Scherzer piccolo, and it has a trumpet shank, and I use a picket mouthpiece, and the mouthpiece I play is actually the Jens Lindemann model. He has been a big mentor in my life and really helped me find some new equipment for piccolo when I was learning the Brandenburg Concerto No. 2 about 5 years ago. I switched equipment completely, and now I prefer to play on the trumpet shank. It's a lot more comfortable, and yeah, I like to play on the B flat side. I have to say that when I was a student, I started primarily only playing on the A pipe because most of the orchestral excerpts and Bach pieces are mostly played on the B flat, on the A pipe. But now I prefer the B flat pipe because a lot of the solos that I play with Seraph Brass and also focusing on Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 2 is mostly B flat, so I'll actually prefer to warm up on the B flat side now, unless I have a Bach performance or a solo piece that's an A. So I'm going to do my warm-up this morning. It's morning here in North Carolina. I just woke up an hour ago, and I know it's afternoon for all of you. So I'm going to show you guys my first notes of the piccolo of the day. So I really just start with simple scales, and what I'm trying to achieve with these first notes of the piccolo is an ease of playing and a nice sound. Before this, I did warm up for about 15 minutes on my B flat trumpet. It's important to not just start on the piccolo first notes of the day. Definitely do a warm up on the big trumpet first and find your sound there. And then I took a break, had some coffee, and now I'm ready to do my piccolo warm up. And so I like to start my first notes of the day on piccolo with using the poo attack. So no tongue. I just really try to start the note with just the air with the poo attack to get the lips in the right place for piccolo. So if you have your piccolo, you can play with me or listen and then copy. And I usually have a drone on. I use this app called Tonal Energy Tuner. It looks like this. I won't put it on now because it'll probably sound annoying through Zoom, but I recommend that when you're doing your piccolo warm-up that you do practice with drones so you can really get to know the pitch tendencies of your piccolo. It's very different than the other trumpets, and it's just good to really train your ear to hear where your tendencies are. So I'm just going to start on a low C and just see how that is, and you'll hear how I kind of go up the scale and take my time really finding the connection between the notes. Too, I am experimenting with starting the note with who, and then the second note is poo, and then the third note is with the tongue too. So I call this exercise who poo two. I learned this from the principal trumpet of the Milwaukee Symphony, Matthew Ernst. It's a great exercise also on the big horns as well when you're finding your efficient setup throughout the day, you know, using those 3 syllables, who, poo two. It's really great for the piccolo to find, because you don't want the note to start fa or ha, because you don't want to start with the aperture too open on the piccolo trumpets, but you also don't want to be too tight. So I find that this exercise really helps find that balance when you're finding your piccolo sound for the day. And if you're not super comfortable playing in the higher register on the piccolo, I would recommend going up by steps. But for me, I like to, if I'm feeling pretty good in the morning, I like to just jump up the 5th, because for me, I think if you're comfortable in the high range, it's important to get there faster on the piccolo, and then you can work on the lower notes later. So I'm going to go ahead and jump up the 5th to the G and see where that is, and if you have your piccolo, you can play with me or play after. When I went up to the C, I released my hand a little bit, you know, kind of, it's good to shake out your hands and make sure that you're not getting tense or gripping the trumpet, especially for piccolo. You really want these muscles here to be working and not with tension. So I think that if you kind of release your hands when you're warming up on the piccolo, that'll be helpful. Pretend that someone is literally gently pushing the piccolo trumpet away from your chops. Now we're just going to keep going up by half steps. So this is again, take out your piccolo and play along with me if you want. Take some breaks in between these exercises, and again, I'm usually playing these exercises with a drone to make sure that the pitch is really solid, and then I'm doing some good ear training, and then I keep going up by half steps. So we're going to go up now to the A, and again, I'm starting each note with a poo attack, and then I'm now switching to the syllable 2 on the second note. And also, for me, oftentimes it's good to not think too much about mechanics, but for my tongue, it's actually further back on the piccolo. Make sure that the tongue isn't dropping too low, and avoid the scooping and kind of chewing attacks on the piccolo. So for me, it really helps to bring the tongue further back to have a nicer articulation on the piccolo. sound for the day. And if you can't make it this high, spend time lower in the range, finding your best sound, and every day you'll see that your range improves when you really concentrate on the quality of the sound. My general rule is that you do not go higher if the sound has any gravel in the tone, or if it's not in tune, or you have to be making your best sound before you try to go higher. If you try to go higher with a bad sound or a sound that has the gravel in it, then you're just training yourself to play the piccolo with really bad habits. And so make sure that you're always finding that nice pure sound. And some days it might take longer to find the sound, and that's okay. Sometimes if I'm finding that on the piccolo, I do some lip bends, or I just spend some time lower on the horn, and then I keep building and building every day. For now, for those of you who are ready, let's try to go higher. We're going to start on the B flat. Once I reach the higher note, I'm pretending that there's like a ghost who's like gently taking the horn away from the chops, just so I can make sure that the work is being done here. It's good to practice in front of a mirror to make sure that you are staying relaxed when playing the piccolo. And for me, it's really important to have the sound that you want in your ear. So think of your favorite piccolo trumpet players and listen to recordings. This morning I was listening to MATYAS, amazing piccolo player, just to really get that really great quality of sound in my ear for the day. So let's keep going higher. We're going to go up to the B natural now. And again, keep starting each first note with a poo attack. Again, staying really relaxed and listening to the sound. Trying not to point too much at the zoom so it's not distorting. And again, if you can't go this high, just go as high as you can for the day. And I like to take, as much time in between these exercises as I'm doing now with talking. And then just to make sure you're not going to tire yourself out in a piccolo session. Now let's keep going higher. And then, you heard that I had to redo one of the articulations because I won't let myself move on if the aperture and efficiency is not in the right place. I make sure that I redo the note again to really find the quality of sound. Now, when you're building your range, sometimes I like to do these half-step exercises just to isolate the upper range. And so, let's say E is your highest note and you want to build the range. I would just encourage you to go up gently by half steps, alternating between slurring between the notes and also tonguing lightly and making sure that the tongue is further back. on the half steps from there. And if you can tongue in the higher register, that means everything is in the right place, and because you should be able to do that easily with very little tension, as far as, you know, if you press here, you will have no endurance on the piccolo. It really needs to come from these muscles, keeping your upper body relaxed and supporting, because the minute you press here, you will not survive on the piccolo. Now we're going to go to my next set of exercises. Again, if you guys have any questions, I'd love to hear some at the end of this session, anything about piccolo or questions about how to approach the piccolo. For me, I like to integrate exercises that reflect the repertoire that I need to perform. Now, right now, we haven't had performances here for about 5 months, and it's looking even longer for the United States, that I probably will not have any concerts till at least November if I'm lucky. So I'm just working every day on building my range and also trying to get my range a little bit higher. So it's been really great to spend this time to work on new repertoire and things like that. But when I was touring and working, I had to make sure that I was ready to play concerts every other night. And one of my tour showpieces is the Queen of the Night aria, which you might have heard on the concert yesterday. And I also play this with my group, Seraph Brass, and I often have to play it every night when we're on tour. And so I want to make my piccolo warm-up really efficient, and so one thing you can do when you are preparing repertoire is to make your own warm-up exercises out of the hardest parts of the pieces. And so for me, for the Queen of the Night, it's the famous arpeggio that goes up to the high G on B-flat piccolo that I need to have completely 100% solid every night. So I just play the arpeggios in every single key. And I take my time and make sure that everything is resonant and in tune, and so I'm going to walk you guys through that. So I encourage you, if you're working on an excerpt, you know, Magnificat or something, you can learn it in every key and build that into your warm-up, so you're really building great muscle memory and also confidence in all the different keys, rather than just playing the lick as is. And this is one of my favorite things to do when I'm practicing all kinds of repertoire on any trumpets. I like to make creative exercises out of the hardest parts of the pieces, and rather than only playing slow to fast, I like to play things in different keys and different rhythms. But for now, we're going to focus on the arpeggio part of Queen of the Night, starting in the key of C. And again, I usually do this with the drone on the pitch. Someone just asked, how do you improve the intonation? So I mentioned the word drone, and so if you have an app like this, you know, you pick the key, and you have this, you probably can all hear that. Play along with drones, and you can, if you can't hear that, put it on a loudspeaker, or even better, the headphones work really great to really hear the center of the pitch. So if you don't practice with drones, I encourage you to start putting that into your everyday practice on every trumpet. I practice with drones all the time to constantly improve my intonation on every single trumpet. Us trumpet players love our trumpets. I have about 8 of them here by the fireplace, and so we have to know all of the tendencies on each horn, and that's why drone practice is so important. So for now, I'm not going to put the drone on because it's probably too loud over Zoom, but normally I would have my drone blasting, and then I would play through each one of these keys. And so if you have your piccolo, you can try these with me. So I'm going to start in key of C. You know, making sure that's really in tune and easy. And then I just keep working my way up by half steps. So now we're going to go to the next key. you've played the flow studies by Vincent Chikowicz, you know that those exercises, you can stay on certain notes if you want more time on a certain note. And that's how I approach my piccolo warm-up. So sometimes you'll hear me in these arpeggios hold a certain note to really try to find the center of the note. And also you'll see that I'm using some alternate fingerings. Every piccolo is different, so don't be lazy with not learning alternate fingerings, because some piccolos need, you know, for instance, I need to use third valve on my A's most of the time on this piccolo. They're just a lot better in tune. 1 and 2 on the lower A is very, very sharp. We have another question coming in here. The exercises with the piccolo, can I do it with the other trumpet? Definitely, yes. You can practice arpeggios on any horn with the drone on, and don't ignore different trumpets. If you have a flugelhorn, make sure that you practice that and don't take it for granted, because there's a lot of intonation issues on all the horns, and just the more you play them and the more you work with the drones, the intonation will improve. And then another question from Venezuela: any special exercises to play on the piccolo trumpet? Well, I'm going to show you, I'm going to keep going with these arpeggios. I think these are really great, but there's another book I might not have time to get to today, but it's called Clodomir, 70 Little Studies. And these are very, very short exercises. So they're like little spurts, and you can really work on the higher register. So the book is called Clodomir, 70 Little Studies. If you're new to the piccolo, it's a great book. I often like to play out of that book myself. So now we're going to continue with these arpeggios. And again, I'm going to start with the A. I'm going to find the A first with this third valve and see where that is, and then I'll continue. So I'll kind of noodle around on the arpeggios to make sure I can play from low to high as well. And then for the next key, I'll practice the lick that's a little bit further along in the piece. That's an E minor. I would probably spend a little bit more time making sure the articulation felt really smooth between the notes. I'm going to keep going higher for now. And again, taking breaks where you need to take breaks to make sure that you're staying relaxed and not getting too tired in the piccolo session. And now we're going to go up to the G. So I like to make sure I can articulate on that higher G, and you can, with my drone, if my drone was on, but I could hear it, that my G tends to be a little bit low. So I have to think of a brighter color for that G, and then the D tends to be low too. So this is why the drone work is so important, so you can really make sure all of these elements are in the right place. Great. Now I'm going to show you how I approach little tidbits of Brandenburg Concerto No. 2. So I love practicing slow. Most of my work preparing for Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 2 is very, very slow. You can find my performance recording on YouTube. That was actually my very first performance ever, so it has improved since then. And so it's really fun to keep revisiting this piece over the years. But every time I play it, I always start very, very slow, and I really listen to the connection between the notes, because often on piccolo I feel that students rush through the process, and so you know, if you were to listen back at half speed, you could hear the gaps of air between the notes. Now there's plenty of apps where you can listen to your recording at half speed. I'm going to show you that now with the app that I have, and I'm going to play a little bit of Brandenburg number 2 under tempo, and I'm going to record it, and then we're going to listen back at half speed and see what that sounds like. Snafu there. So I played some things on purpose a little funny just so we can hear it on the slow back. So when you listen back at half speed, you can hear more details than what you can hear with the normal ear. So I'm going to sound like a euphonium player, but I'll play this back. Okay. So right away, I heard my bad habit. Every trumpet player's bad habit is to, whenever you slur 2 notes and tongue 2 notes, we tend to rush the slur. Dia, da, da, dia. So I hear that right away, and I'm like, oh, so I need to really be mindful of keeping the rhythm really, really steady. So if you've never recorded yourself at half speed and listened back, make sure that you give that a try. You can do that in the Tonal Energy app. What is the difference? We have a question here. What is the difference between pistons and valves, especially for articulation and the emission? So I also play a piston valve piccolo, and I use that more for modern works and for the quintet if I'm playing something that's a little bit more, that needs a little bit more zing in the sound. This trumpet is great because I feel like I can put more into it, more air into it, and it's still, the sound still stays very beautiful. So I feel like when I'm playing the Bach Brandenburg, I'm not the bull in the china shop. I can play very easily and comfortably. I don't have to feel like I'm playing super piano, and it still matches really nice with the oboe. Now when I pick up my piston valve piccolo, which is in the other room, I feel like I can play twice as loud. So, you know, I choose the instruments depending on the repertoire, and I often do fool around with mouthpieces. For students, I would recommend sticking with 1 mouthpiece until you're a little bit more advanced. So I'm going to show a little bit more of the Brandenburg, how I work on it. You know, the last movement, I haven't played it in a while, so I would recommend starting slow. I'll just demonstrate a little bit. So that's how I would practice it. The first time it was a little bit uneven, and then my ear heard that, and then I make those adjustments. And now I'm more mindful because I listened back at half speed to not rush the slur to tongue to pattern. And so I would workshop this with a metronome and really listening to the connection between the notes to make sure that they're really, really solid. And then when we're doing stuff that's a little bit higher in the register for the piccolo, I'll demonstrate something in the first movement. Just, you know, it's really important to find the hardest parts of the piece and make sure that they're comfortable. You know, I do like little tidbit practice to make sure that those higher notes are feeling easy, and then I can implement those into the rest of the piece. So we have a few minutes left, so I'd like to take some questions. We have a question here. How long do you recommend to study piccolo trumpet? I think that what you mean by that is how long every day, maybe. I usually don't do more than maybe half an hour, sometimes more. If I'm preparing for Brandenburg, I do play piccolo even more. But I think for starting out, making sure that you don't overdo it, because you will pay for it with the following days. So I would recommend maybe 20 minutes, but making sure that you're taking lots of breaks and really listening to your sound and making sure that you're not enforcing bad habits on the piccolo, making sure that your body is staying relaxed and that you're not jamming the horn in the face to try to get the high notes. Remember, the work should be done here, and making sure that it feels as easy as possible and that your sound doesn't have the gravel in it. And I play piccolo pretty much every day. It's definitely something that I don't want to get lazy with, you know. I might have one day off a week from piccolo, but I usually make sure that I play it every single day.
Mary? Mary?
Yes.
I'm very sorry, but we have Alan Vizzutti waiting in the other chat room. And I thank you very much for your wonderful masterclass. And hopefully we will meet in person next year, maybe in Florence. And thank you very much to you and to the Seraph. You sound amazing.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you,
very
Mary.
much. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Ciao.
There we go. Good morning.
Here we go.
How are you doing, Alan?
Fine, how are you?
Very fine. And thank you very much for the wonderful concert that you allowed.
You're welcome. Thanks for the WhatsApp message.
Was nice, really nice. And of course, beautiful and extremely well played. But also I love the shoes.
You're Italian.
Yeah. And I was telling the studio, look, he got the color like the color of the Italian varsity this year.
That's absolutely right. Totally a coincidence, isn't it?
Fantastic. So,
good.
Alan, I think you can start your masterclass. If you want to explain your topic, just make a little introduction. You don't need any introduction from me. You are Alan Vizzutti. That's it.
Okay. Would you listen to a couple of notes to see if the sound is
sure? Okay. Sure. Okay. Just put it down a little bit. Just we check we're making a sound check for the moment. Maybe you can put it also a little bit. When you play, you just put it a little less, and then when you talk, you put it up. If you have
I'm not sure how to adjust the level without going into my settings. But.
Ok, puoi rendere amministratore, scusami, just
how
a
about
second.
this? I back off.
Okay, yeah, you back off a bit.
When to play, I'll back off.
All right. Yeah, sound better, sound much better. Still very kind of, you know, Zoom has got this problem that squeeze the sound when it's loud or low and high. It just put it. Now you can adjust a little bit from your Zoom because you are administrator.
I'm not sure how to adjust the level without going away from this page.
Okay.
Sorry. Also,
okay.
It's a new.
We can control it from the studio. But if you can put a little bit less of the volume, maybe we'll just give a nice effect I mean, better quality at least.
Okay.
Try once again.
I think I'll move farther away.
There's a little bzz, bzz, bzz inside the sound. So maybe a little far away, just to check. Yeah, and not on the not in the microphone directly. Maybe you playing a yeah, exactly. Much better if you play in this direction.
Okay. I will do that.
Thank you very much.
I will even say why I'm doing that. Okay. Hi, Tanya.
I love you. I love you. We love you.
Well, I'm sorry we can't be in Florence, that's
Yeah.
for sure. But
Yeah.
coming sometime. You doing okay? Well, we probably should get going, huh? Oh, we're not ready yet.
Yeah, tomorrow we finish. Tomorrow night. Yeah, finally. It has been a long week.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah, I'm in touch with Gabriella, so you have a different situation than us, but
Yeah.
yeah.
You still have the lockdown, right?
Not enough.
Not enough. Really, huh?
No.
Wow.
We're going to have big problems, more big problems.
Wow.
Until we, you know who.
We know.
Yes.
We know very well.
Very well.
So yeah, so are we just waiting for the person before me to finish?
Excuse me, I didn't
Are we
catch.
waiting now for the person before me to finish?
No. You are. We already said bye-bye to Mary, and you can start your masterclass.
Yeah, let's do because the time is going.
Yeah. Please.
Perfect, go ahead.
Ale Bizzutti, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So, greetings to everyone. I'm so happy to be part of this, and I would like to say I hope I can see you in Florence soon, along with my lovely wife, Laura. Now, I don't know if you were able to hear. I'm sorry, I don't speak Italian. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you were able to hear what we were discussing earlier, but I'm going to move back and play for you a little bit, and then we shall continue. Well, that was not a good warm-up.
Yeah. This is nice warm-up, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, we're 9 hours before you, and I'm enjoying a beautiful morning here, actually. I wanted to talk a little bit about, I will try to be clear and look forward to a couple of questions maybe toward the end of the session. I wanted to talk about the fact that we as musicians have something to give the world that no one else has. We give our communication and our emotion and our music in a way that other artists and other people don't do. So we have a special mission to help other people feel good. It's actually very healthy to listen to music, as you know. And when you perform on your instrument for the public, you are doing them a very big service. You are doing something wonderful, even though for us it sometimes is a little tedious. Now, in the trumpet world, we have more than this, but let's say two general types of players. We have the athletic players, and then we have the more rounded musical kind of players. The athletic players are the players who generally are really interested in high notes, basically, and technical things. And the other all-around players is more what we should be in our lives. Now, is the sound okay, or should I speak up? We okay so far?
Yeah, sound okay.
Okay, thank you. So we need to be the best players we can be musically all of the time. Trumpet is not so easy to play in terms of the training and the work and the fundamentals. So we need to think about music all the time, even when you warm up, even when you play exercise, even when you play scales, as musical as possible. Of course, sometimes we will just be playing because we need to have our trumpet on our face for consistency, so that we play well every day. We have to practice, yes, every day. So sometimes we do that just for the physical part to play, put it away, and we're not so interested in being a musical genius. But more than that, think about the music all the time. When you play a Clark technical study or VIZZUTTI technical study, think about the phrasing. Instead of just fast, instead of just notes. Just notes, just high notes. They're interesting, but they're not interesting enough. Those trumpet players who just are interested in the more athletic approach for kind of excitement and high notes and things like that, that's not a terrible thing. It's fun. It is not what I want to do. I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just two types of thinking. Now, what makes it possible for us to communicate musically? Well, that's our sound. And I think there are some interesting elements of the sound and producing sound that are a little misunderstood, even after hundreds of years now. One of them, as you know from my books and my speaking, is the buzzing. Is not really what creates the sound and can take young people in the wrong direction as far as sound quality. Right? That's buzzing. Only blowing. I don't know if you could tell, but I was blowing steadily through the mouthpiece with my lips fairly close together, or close together, but not tight. So another misconception, a kind of wrong idea of the trumpet and some other brass instruments is that we have to play forcefully. We have to play with lots of air. We have to play push, push, push. This is not exactly correct, in my opinion. And physically, you can You can demonstrate to yourself, for instance, that making a beautiful note is not necessarily a lot of air moving. It is very consistent, steady air moving. I will show you. I have a Kleenex here. And if I blow through my mouthpiece, watch the Kleenex. Let's see, best angle. Very easy. Now play through the mouthpiece. Well, this is a good sound, I think, in the trumpet. So you can see there's very little air. But it's the steady, smooth push against the resistance of your instrument that creates the sound, the wave of sound. Here's another example. I will use very little air and play a few notes. The air is moving fast, but I'm not using a lot of air. So you can experiment with that idea. The basic idea is, of course, a big breath, because you have to have fuel, but you don't need maximum fuel all the time for every phrase. It's better to understand that how you can fill up your lungs and have lots of air comfortably, to practice that. Don't think that you should breathe shallowly. No, you should breathe deeply, because you need oxygen, your brain needs to be fresh, those things. And you can let air out. Here's another thing that comes up now and then. People play music and they have too much air but not oxygen left after some phrases in a charlier, and they feel like, then they start again. Well, we can let air out. Try this experiment. Play a scale with air out, air in, or let's go the other way. In, out, in. And notice how fresh you feel through the whole process. And you can incorporate that into your playing. Now, the smooth, steady air, I'm writing a book, it's almost finished, about how to approach learning to play very steadily and then adding all the music and articulations you need. By steadily, I mean just a good, beautiful sound. Then we begin to make movements that are based on the resistance of the trumpet valves, not on the intervals of harmony like we have in most of our books. It's a very easy one. It's our shortest valve, so it's the easiest movement. Is a difficult one, but there are a whole series of things I've worked out that are interesting studies. But my point is, if I'll take you through a couple of short moves to show you that my steady flow is what helps me play. I'm trying to make it as, I don't know what the Zoom sound is like for you, but I'm trying to make it as pure as possible. That's all slurred. Now I'm going to play like this. You can apply this to different techniques. Triple tonguing. Ta-ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta. Very long. I'm just playing with the syllable added. Now. You start to be able to make very interesting musical moves with accuracy by thinking very legato and very smooth. Moving back. You can also learn to move around your instrument comfortably, more comfortably, by getting away from your books. You applying the methods you have learned, the techniques you have learned with the wonderful books we have, and the information you get at great events like Italian Brass Week, and experiment. That's something I used to do as a young person for fun. I would ask myself, if the intervals in this book are written a certain way, why can't I go farther? Or where's the limit? Or can I play this twice as slow as it's supposed to be? Or can I play this twice as fast as it's supposed to be? And you discover, as with this last little bit you heard, I called it the chordal cadenza because I put it on Instagram and gave it a name. It's something that I would do in cadenzas and things like that. And I invite you to make some sounds on your instrument that don't have to be perfect. You can experiment with all kinds of things and discover, for instance, the representation of music on paper is different than the actual playing of the music in terms of how difficult something might look. Big intervals are not necessarily so difficult. That's a tenth, but on music it looks so far apart, and things like that. So I invite you to experiment. Now, when you practice, you should have an organized practice. I don't have enough time to do a lot of detail right now, but I have a 3-part practice, which is a 20-minute warm-up, maybe a few more studies of technical nature if I feel like it mentally or physically need it, and lots of music. I have violin music that I play and French horn music and all of the standard books and a lot of my own music as well. So I cycle through different interesting music for me. And I found that playing is very mental, of course, about your attitude and self-discipline to practice regularly, especially at this strange time. I mean, in the United States, we are much more locked down than Italy now. And it's not so terrible for me and where we are, it's okay, but still there's lots of time at home to practice. And sometimes I don't feel like it. I'm doing other things, or you get a little bit lazy. So the mental part, the warm-up, really helps get you started practicing. If you have an idea of exactly what to do for your warm-up, then you're in your practice room or your bedroom playing, and practice can go on. And then when you finish your session, you're very happy and relaxed, and you can enjoy life. Also, be sure to use. Some people do this more than others, to use lyrical music. Trumpet tends to be athletic, as I said before. We want to play high and loud, fast. Remember, you might turn to Charlier number 2 and go, oh no, not this again, or oh. But it's a beautiful piece, perhaps the most beautiful slow etude that we have of modern time. And if you think about something, I use this technique I have used this technique ever since I was a little boy, and it was to imagine that I'm playing for someone I admire or a teacher, or to imagine I'm in a recording session. So we try to play some beautiful phrases. Play beautiful phrases all of the time. That's from a piece of mine called My Italian Heart. It's for a trumpet and symphony orchestra, or trumpet and band, or trumpet and piano. Now, I would like to ask Luca, shall we ask see if there's a question or something like that, because the time is going to be short?
Okay, so there is one. Excuse me, maestro. I have a technical question. How can we develop a good lip trills, and how can we help ourselves with the tongue in this?
Okay, this is a little difficult in a real short period, but basically understand the elements of moving a lip trill. What I mean is there's the air that helps, there's movement here, chin that helps, and some people say the tongue helps. For me, it doesn't help, but I can't make my tongue help me move on the lip slur. But as an example, this will be a little bit ugly, but when I play with a lip slur with mostly air projection, I'll go, it sounds like this. I'm pushing only with the air. Now, if I play a steady note softly with the chin movement, I don't know if you can hear that well, but there's the notes are there, but the sound is not. So experiment with what those two things feel like and find a balance. Don't be afraid to move your chin a little bit. Some people say you shouldn't do that, but I think it's fine. It works for me. So try to find a balance between those two things. Some people go with their tongue, they make a movement, but that does not change the note for me. Experiment, you will find a way. It does not need to be loud.
Okay, we have another question from Paulo. What can we do to improve the harmonics resonance in the sound?
I have no idea. If you think about what the sound is based on, physically it's your instrument, the bell and construction of the horn, and of course the mouthpiece shape, the cup, is a huge factor in your sound. The other factor is if you are supporting your instrument in a way that is maximum quality. A young person might play their instrument with minimal air and the sound is not so good, but the trumpet will amplify the note so that the sound is there, and the beginner or young person on the instrument will think, oh, that sounds okay. I'm not sure these examples come across Zoom very well, but what I would suggest is when you want to experiment with the harmonic structure of the sound you have, go ahead and make some crescendos and play a little bit louder to hear the quality of the sound change. And you will discover a point when you play, well, what you discover is a way to support the horn by pushing air against the resistance in a comfortable fashion. And that can create a big harmonic structure even when you play softly. Other than that, I think I'll get more confusing than helpful. It does help also to just listen and think about a beautiful sound. I don't know why that helps. It's very human. But if you imagine a beautiful sound while you play, it will help.
Okay, I need to ask, there is any other question for the maestro Vizzutti? Please don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
C'è qualcuno, no? Okay. Maybe Tanya have a question. No. No, she's fascinating. You know, it's the first time that she listens so many brass player. Normally she's into piano, violin, and this kind of noble instruments. But
noble.
Yeah, and she said, I asked her that now you have an idea. And she said,
I'm totally overloaded, you know, with all this information, with all the different instruments, and it's very nice. It's a very nice experience. It's very beautiful to know more about it. But for me, it's totally new. So.
But you choose what?
The trumpet.
The trumpet.
Definitely the trumpet. Okay. Yes. From all the sounds, that is really the trumpet is what I like most. Definitely.
They are different. You know, the French horn is such a wonderful instrument, and orchestrally, you can't beat the French horn section. When I compose, it's so fantastic, the French horn section. But anyway, yes, I'm glad you're here. I'm surprised that, I'm not surprised, I'm happy that you like all of us when you have real instruments with real composers. Piano and violins and strings, yeah.
It's just fantastic.
Well, all I would say then to finish is think about beauty of sound. Make sure you warm up so that you can be consistent. If you're good one day and not so good another day, you need to be consistent. The valuable musicians, in terms of playing in ensembles and things like that, are the ones who play at a high level every day. Yes, they have ups and downs with their performance from day to day, but the ups can be really high and the downs can be also very high for great professional players and great amateur players. So the way to do that is consistent playing daily. You don't have to practice 6 hours a day. You can if you're smart and you make sure you take rests. But if you practice an hour and a half, 2 hours a day, you can really, really be good when your fundamentals are good. And think of, again, as I begin the session, think about playing musically all the time. And people will be so happy to hear you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much.
It's so nice to talk with you and see you.
And
good luck with
hopefully next year in Florence, so we can have some fun.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Luca.
We totally agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alan. Thank you very much.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Bye.
Ciao. Our sponsor. Wait.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. We are back
There
in the
he is.
studio. Very happy to welcome Mr. Joe Alessi. How you doing, Joe?
Ciao amici.
Ciao.
Ciao Luca.
Come stai?
Come stai? Oh, sto bene.
Io sto bene anche.
Va bene.
Molto bene.
Favoloso.
Il tuo italiano sta migliorando molto.
Meglio, poco meglio.
Benissimo, sono felice per te. So where are you? New York?
I'm in Nyack. My home in Nyack.
Okay.
And we leave for Canada for vacation. In August I'm always in Canada, so that's why I never can come to visit with you because I'm always on vacation. But this is great. I'm glad to be part of today, and so thank you for inviting me.
Thank you to join the Italian Brass Week. But I really hope to have you back. I need to find a way to convince you to come back.
Well, don't worry. You won't have to convince me.
I was talking with Jürgen Varian and Schultz, and actually you have a trombone quartet with them, right?
Yeah, the World Trombone Quartet.
Ecco, that's probably the way to bring you back in the Italian Brass Week.
Sure. I mean, my schedule with the orchestra schedule, it's I need a break. So, but anyway, there's no orchestra right now, so
you have plenty of time.
I'm looking for things to do. Yes.
Actually, when you going to start with the New York Philharmonic again?
Well, they're thinking, maybe in January, February, maybe in the spring.
Wow.
Yeah. But we're talking about all that right now. And have you started with your orchestra back up?
Yeah, we started. We were the first orchestra starting with Zubi Mehta, and kind of a very strange situation because only 200 people in the audience and stream concerts for everyone. But it's really, that we need to be very separate from each other. So the second horn was something like 2 meters from me or maybe more. So it's kind of a strange acoustic. You have to get used to it, and very strange. Yeah. But at least we play some nice symphony, opera.
Great.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's fantastic. Yeah.
So, Maestro, should we start your masterclass?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Go.
So I'm going to share my screen. Actually, what I'll do is I'll play you a quick ad.
Yeah.
I'm going to play you an ad for Shires. They're my instruments now, and I'll just play you that very quickly.
Okay.
And it would only take it's just a short little thing, and then I'll talk to you about my class here. So here we go. Do that right. Hi, I'm Joseph Alessi, Principal Trombone of the New York Philharmonic, and I play S.E. Shires. I also wanted to say how much I admire my Shire's Custom Series trombone, my own signature model, which debuted at the beginning of 2020. After rigorous testing at my home and at David Geffen Hall in New York City, I'm very happy with the outcome. Very easy to play, great response, and even in all registers, and all my section mates love it. I'm looking forward to giving the world premiere of the Chick Corea Trombone Concerto with the New York Philharmonic played on this very instrument. Please give it a try when you have a chance. Thank you. Okay, that's my advertisement. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Now let's get down to business. Here we go. I'm going to share my screen again, and this is my bullet points here for today's class, and I'll go over them very quickly. All right. So this idea, this little phrase here, what does electrician versus musician mean? And what that means is you pay electrician. I don't know how you say it in Italian, electrician, but I think you all, what is it? Electrician?
Elettricista.
Elettricista, thank you. And he comes over, you pay him a lot of money, and he comes over and he doesn't know anything about electricity at all. He's a fake musician. So I'm sorry, fake electrician, excuse me. And you know, when you know electricity, you're supposed to know positive and negative. Positivo, negativo, right? You're supposed to, red wire connects to red wire, green wire connects to green wire. But this guy or person doesn't know anything about, and so he's a fake. Anyway, then we go over to the musician. What does the musician have to know? A real musician has to know rhythm and pitch, right? But you know, there's a lot of musicians out there that are fake musicians. And so what we do to be a real musician is we must remove the instrument, and this is what I do with all my students, and they must sing and conduct first. So whatever, bum ba da ba ba bum, da dee da da dee da da da, like this. And you got to sing on pitch, and you got to be able to conduct in 3/4, whatever, 4/4 time, whatever it is. But this is now you are a real musician, and I'm saying that there's another story, a lot of stories behind this question here, but that is it in short. In short, I'm just telling you that for you to become a real musician, you're going to have to remove your instrument, and that while that may be scary to be able to sing and conduct, it's actually liberating as well. It's a great way to be free from your instrument. Free yourself. I tell my students, free yourself from your instrument. So you're practicing, and you are getting frustrated, frustrato, right? Is that how you say it? Frustrato.
Correct.
Thank you. I want to get an Italian lesson today as well. So anyway, you have to, you must, you know, when you get frustrated, you must put the instrument down, sing and conduct. Also record yourself singing. See what kind of, you don't have to have a great voice, but see if you are on pitch, right? If you're not on pitch with your voice, how can you be on pitch on your instrument? So these are very basic things, basic ideas, but I'm telling you, it's absolutely amazing what this can do for your playing. It's you know, the instrument is a satellite. The instrument is here, but your trombone or trumpet or whatever, it's a satellite for the music making. All the music making is made here. So that's the reason for that. So moving on to the next subject, because we don't have a lot of time. How do we improve our rhythm? Okay, well, people say subdivide. Okay, the problem with subdividing, is it gets boring and monotonous. Okay, it can, if you can actually subdivide and not have anything improve. But moving back a step to this point, the conducting is huge for your rhythm, huge. Going on, and what does this mean? Attack and response. So when we play, let's say, Lohengrin. So sometimes I hear Lohengrin like this, and I don't like it. So. Okay, so that's the problem with rhythm. The rhythm in the longer notes, and the rests. This is where rhythm can go wrong. So what we do in our mind is we go, I'm going to sing that, da-da-ga-dee, ba-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-da-dum, boom, boom, da-da-ga-dee, ba-ba-da-bum, like this. Okay? So what I was doing, I wasn't just doing this the whole time, was I? What I was doing is making my attack on the instrument for the note, and then I'm responding to the attack and filling in the gap. Okay, filling in the space with a subdivision. So this type of subdivision, I think, is very useful for you and for teachers. I make all my students do that, okay, because they can't be cheaters with rhythm. The rhythm rhythm is king, okay, and ritmico e re, right? Is that correct?
Ritmico and what?
Is king. Re, right?
Re, king, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, let's just keep going, and we can talk about this afterwards if you have any questions. If you have any questions, you can unmute yourself, but for now, I'll just keep going. Tuning, okay, so why do so many trombone players play out of tune? Can anybody answer that question in the class?
I don't play the trombone, so I don't know.
I know. I'm not going to ask you then. Anybody else in the class, does anybody know why so many trombone players play out of tune? All right.
They don't have the existence from the valve.
Sorry, say it again.
They don't have the existence from the valve, so when they didn't really sing the right pitch in their mind, they kind of like dislocate their hands into some random positions.
Okay, you're warm, but the real answer, here's the real answer. Let's say on a horn, right? We play. What do we look at when we play the horn? We have our valves, right? And we see the conductor. That's about it. Okay? When you play the trumpet, okay, we see a bell, okay, but the valves are here, right? We don't have to worry. We just play. Of course, there's many problems with trumpet on intonation. Tuba, same thing. The trombone, we see a bell, okay, but our slide is going past the bell, okay, and so there's a distance that you see to the bell. So that's the problem, and especially the problem is when people touch the bell, like so many of you do, okay, and I did when I was, 8 years old. I touched the bell. Some players, very good players, touch the bell, but not very many, and the ones that do, have intonation problems, I would say, but what you really have to do is do it with your ear, and you have to, when we all learn the trombone, we learn the trombone by touching the bell, because how do you find the positions? Your first teacher says, touch the bell, that's third position. Put your thumb out, that's fourth position, right? And sixth position was as far as you could go when you were young, and fifth position was, nobody really knew where that is, knows really where that is anyway. And then second position is between first position and third position. Now, what I did is I have this little device here. I'm not suggesting you do this, but I'll just show it to you briefly. You can see, and on my ALESSI Music Studios site, I talk about all this stuff. So I'm taking the bell off, and I'm going to put this thing on. This is an interesting device. All right. So, see that? Look how far. I can't touch the bell now. It's impossible. So, and it's weird to play the trombone like this. Very strange to play the trombone with not seeing the bell right there. So, oops, hold on. Make this work. Anyway, I wish you could all try this, but it's a very strange sensation not to have the bell so far away from your hand. So, anyway, even if you don't touch the bell, visually you're seeing it, and I'm having to correct this all the time to let the positions expand. Let them expand so that you know, you're in tune, you know, and you're not sharp on everything. So that's a problem. Anyway, I wanted you to know that. Okay, moving down the list. Portamento. What is it and how to get rid of it? What makes a good trombone player? The answer is tone and legato. So if you can't play with a good tone and great legato, then you're not good. Okay, so if you want to be you know, very good and advanced and pro and amazing, you have to have those two things, and that's the way you should build your playing, on those two items. So the portamento is a problem. So a couple things. Record yourself and play it back at half speed. Okay, to listen very carefully. Put your playing under a microscope, and this is the best way to do it. Also, when you're moving from one note to the next, okay, you must wait. Okay, so if this is E flat and this is F, so third position and F here, we have to make sure that we don't move the slide here, but we move it right next to the note we're going to. So if we move too soon, of course, so simple little exercises like this with a metronome and with subdivision. So like that. Two. Simple little things like that, just back and forth playing between notes is fantastic. But when you put the metronome on, 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 change right at that point. So I use the metronome for that type of thing. I don't usually use it that much, but for that it's a really good exercise to pinpoint the exact movement when to move the slide. Because again, we have heard so many trombone players do this. How many times have we heard that? Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to say that. Now posture. Okay, so the how many times have you seen in high school band, you know, when they, at least in America, I don't know, but you know, you have your knee, you rest your knee on your, you rest your elbow on your knee, and you play like this, you know. That's very bad posture. Anyway, you gotta, playing a brass instrument is like being an athlete. You have to sit like an athlete. When you stand, you have to stand tall. When you play, when you breathe in, you arch your back a little bit. Okay, you arch your back, and we don't want to slump. So when I see people, when they breathe in, they slump. They go this way. I like to go the opposite direction when I breathe. A great idea is to put, you have a music, you know, the music stand's right in front of me. Put another music stand to the left, and put it up high and play over that music stand, okay, to correct your posture. Now I'm going through these very quickly because I know time is very short. Lip slurs versus legato tonguing. Get your students to use natural slurs, so when you learn the instrument, and I remember when I came to Italian Brass Week, there was somebody who didn't understand this concept of natural slurs, and it was I kept trying to make them understand, and it finally worked. But when you do, let's say your scales, okay. Scale, make sure you use natural slurs. You're doing that, and the reason why, well, first of all, you have to make your natural slurs match the legato tonguing. That they match very nicely. But the advantage of the lip slur is you're going to be able to develop your embouchure more quickly, and you'll understand how your air will never get in the way. The tongue will never get in the way of the air, never. And it's just, to me, I like to hear the brass instruments play. So like in the great horn part in Strauss, Don Juan, okay, when you do that, we don't want to use a tongue for that. What horn player would do that, for God's sakes? Not LUCA, that's for sure. But you got to blow through the bottom note. You have to know how to use your air, and by removing the tongue, it helps you to develop your embouchure faster, and to understand how to use air. So that's my I'll just say that. Practicing techniques without playing, conducting and singing. Okay, we said that. Blowing and using the slide. So just do some miming. So let's say I do the David. Or don't even have the instrument there. Just practice without the instrument and just blowing. So you'll be using a lot of air. You'll have to breathe a lot more. After doing this, pick up your horn and play, and you'll be amazed at the results. Okay, you get kind of winded doing that, but it's amazing what that can do for your playing. Okay, mouthpiece buzzing. Yes, everybody should be able to buzz something on the instrument. Something with good pitch, good rhythm. So. Okay, so you don't have to be a genius with the mouthpiece, meaning that you don't have to buzz real high or super low, but just in that register, see if you can just make a steady tone with a steady pitch. That's what you need to do. I'm glistening everything. Lip buzzing, I've done some of that. I don't do that too much, but it can be useful. Lip buzzing, mouthpiece buzzing, and playing. Of course, we could talk an hour about that subject. Dynamics. One time I did a John Williams concert, and Steven Spielberg was there at the concert, and he talked about we watched a new John Williams movie, or Indiana Jones movie, and he said, okay, let's take out the music out of this movie, okay? And they played it for the audience with no music. It was a chase scene with the train, somebody walking on top of a train. and it was very exciting. But so they played it without the music, and it was the most ridiculous thing that you ever saw. So watching a movie with the no musical score is a little bit like playing music with no dynamics. Okay, so when you play music with no dynamics, that is the relationship there. So make sure you take piano very seriously when you practice. Piano is not going to be if we don't have a conductor telling us, or it's not very clear in the music to use piano, we don't tend to practice in those dynamics or play in those dynamics at all. So it's very important to do that. Winning an audition, motivation and timing. Take care of your fundamentals first. Make sure you can play pretty much anything that's put in front of you. A quick story about my student. He is now first trombone in the Vancouver Symphony, Brian Wendell. I knew it was the right time for him to win a job. I could see it. I could hear it. He had everything together. He had his lip slurs together. He had dynamics. We did all these things we're talking about. And then it was really easy to put together the excerpts after that. So sometimes when you go to audition, you got to be ready. You got to be ready for that. Scales. Do your scales every day. This is a little thing I developed. You flip it, okay, and then you got to play A flat scale right there. All your A flat major scales, minor scales, whatever. Here's my website. That tells you about the students, and this is my ALESSI Music Studios site that I'm very, very pleased with. We're about to release the Creston Fantasy for orchestra, the orchestral accompaniment. Me and my partner have worked on this. You know him, Luca, Stan Adams. Yeah. And anyway, any questions? We got 3 minutes.
Okay. Let me see. Do you have your own chat? Because I don't see any question, but they might ask.
Okay, let me look.
At the moment, no, the moment there is no question on the chat, but maybe if they open the microphone, they might have some question to ask.
Yeah, now I know that was very quick in my description, but yeah, I could probably take one or maybe one or two questions. Yes, ma'am. Cindy.
Hello.
Hello, Cindy.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
First of all, I want to say that your sound is such an inspiration for all brass instruments. I'm a French horn student, not a trombone student. And I would like to ask you, what is your advice for young students who want to achieve such mastery and reach that ideal sound? What is the things that they should focus on, keep in mind whenever they're having struggles, disappointment, or some problems, or whatever it is on our way, on our long way?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, good question. Well, first of all, just always stick close to fundamentals every day. Okay, so that's the number one thing. We can't, if we get too far ahead of ourselves and we're doing pieces that are too difficult, we tend to force, and we tend to force it to happen, and because we haven't done those fundamentals. So you got to, to this day, I do my fundamental warm-up every day and my routines. I don't let it, matter of fact, since the virus started, I haven't missed one day of doing my routines. Just because when the orchestra starts up, and okay, we got to play something, I want to be ready. I want to be ready. So anyway, but aside from that, you're going to have disappointments. In order to be successful, you will have to fail along the way, and that's important. So don't worry about when we have these bad days. I've had many of them. What's important is that don't be afraid to experiment, to try some new idea. Okay, if sometimes we stick with one idea for too long and we're kind of stubborn, and we need to, especially now, we have all the time in the world. So I'm experimenting with different things that have bothered me in my playing, and now I have the time, and I'm having some good results. It could be as simple as just a different kind of angle that you might have, or you know, just breathing a little deeper, or whatever. But you know, one little idea in the brain can change your playing tremendously. So don't be afraid to experiment. If there's something that's bothering you in your playing, don't stick with the same system. Try some other way that you can create, and just say, hey, what happens if I try this? It doesn't hurt to try something, I think. All right? Does that kind of answer your question? I know that was, you know, we don't have a lot of time, but and okay, what are your daily routine? How do you prepare your mind before a concert? Yes, thank you. Yes, do I play bass trombone as one of your trainings? Not. Do I play bass trombone as training for my tenor? Not really. The bass trombone behind me here is to use for projects, but it could be. I haven't done a lot of bass trombone playing, but I would think that it would help you a lot, actually, playing the bass trombone and then going to the tenor. So I would, and I know it helps because a lot of my students, former students, help them a lot. So Jim Markey, of course, and also Colin Williams. My routine is sitting right here in front of me. That's what I was doing before the class, and so it's a pretty long routine. So to show you everything at the moment. Now let me just check. Do we have? Is time up? Are we? Luca,
no. We still have 1 or 2 minutes. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, in 1 or 2 minutes, it's impossible to tell you about my routine, but you can look it up on my website, the ALESSI Music Studios. It's just people ask me, do I do the whole routine? No, I just pick and choose from the huge collection of exercises that I've created on that. And before a concert, I like to, one thing that's helped me is to go to a dressing room, look in a mirror, okay, talk to yourself in the mirror. And that's helped me with my audition in the Montreal Symphony. I tried that once. I just saw a mirror and I said, you know, go out there and play well. Think about the music and start talking to yourself, and get furioso. Get furioso about it. You know, where you're like this, and then when you walk out of the room, you feel fine. You know, and so that's what I did. I was very intense with myself. I was a little bit nervous, and then when I walked out of the room, I was fine, very calm. Con calma.
Molta calma.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, thank you for having me here today.
Thank you to you, Maestro Alessi. It's a big pleasure, and I think we all need to clap, make an applause.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here, and have a great rest of the week. And I love Italy. It's where all my relatives are from, and I can't wait to get back. I love it so much.
We wait you here in Florence and Italy, the entire Italy.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ciao.
Bye. Ciao. Ciao.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Boom. Boom. And now we have our contribute from our sponsor.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
ABBIE!
Hello!
Hi!
Welcome to the Italian Brass Week. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Nice to meet you, and welcome to the Italian Brass Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm fine, but where are you? In the space?
Yes, I'm in space.
Wow!
Yeah, it's hard to breathe up here, so I'm not going to talk about breathing.
You know, actually today we were playing the first concert ever on top of hot air balloon. It's a hot air balloon.
Really? That's
yes,
fantastic.
and you will see the video tomorrow.
Wow. Okay, so nobody dropped their slide or
no, the trombone was like trying to do this and not going outside.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay,
in any case, thank you very much again, and
Sure.
please start your masterclass. If you have any topic, you can present it. And
okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here it goes. All right.
Here it goes. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you. Yeah, so the title of my masterclass is basically making art out of adversity. And I have
I need to enable screen sharing.
Oh yeah, you need to enable screen share so that I can show my pictures. Okay, is anybody there? I forgot to mention that.
Okay, you are the host now.
Yeah, yeah.
So
okay, I'm the host.
You can deal with the room.
Okay, so I have to enable you somehow to screen share. Okay. Okay, so I'm the host. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're working on it here. Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, it's coming. Great. Okay, just a moment, because I do have some video clips and some photos that I'd like you to see. Alrighty. Is it happening?
No, not yet.
Okay, we have to wait a little bit. Sorry. All right. Yes.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Almost. Okay.
I don't think we're the host.
Well, he said we were the host, so. Okay.
Let me see if I turn on.
Made it.
Okay, we're good. Okay. We may not be able to do full screen then, huh?
Oh, we can.
Oh, okay. It's coming. It's coming. Alrighty, this is the beginning, and I just wanted to say no. So this is me as a young, very idealistic, passionate orchestral musician in my first year at the Munich Philharmonic, in my very first headshot, and as probably most of you know, I had a pretty rough time. There was egregious sexual discrimination against me, and you know it was really hard. And my title, you know, making art out of adversity, is very evident here in the next picture, because the only way to really deal with this as an artist was to make art out of it. And this particular photo, the next photo, of Miriam was kind of an expression of what I went through emotionally, and my husband as well, the composer of the piece, William Osborne. So, just a minute. Yeah, there it is. So that's 10 years later, and with the piece called Miriam, and she's in a chair, and every time she sort of gets out of control, the clamps come down, as you can see, and try to control her. And you can see her trombone in the background, which she does play several times in the piece. So what I wanted to say is also, my husband and I developed these questions called 21 questions for young performers. And I picked out just a few of them to discuss today in order to maybe open some horizons for young brass players. And all of us, perhaps, maybe. Anyway, so music and theater were basically influenced by the same muse. There are many analogous things and that can really totally enrich your performance, your playing. And I'd like to show you right off the bat a little video clip of Alethea, which is our latest music theater piece. And Alethea is an opera singer who's in an iron cage, actually. And she has to go perform for rich patrons. And she's having a conflict about it. And she's kind of wanting to transcend the whole problem of the music business, in a sense. Okay. So I'm going to play this clip.
Yes, indeed, this could be something for opulent patrons with nothing ambiguous in their lives. Except, of course, their financial transactions. And then I fall out of a dream. Now, isn't that interesting? I hope they'll catch the meaning of that. We're weary of meaningless blather, but what can we say in a world so completely unhinged? But any resistance is strictly verboten. We classical singers and players never do that. So I'll continue with something abstract, with nary a word of protest, or they'll take our funding away. Oops. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I want to talk about also, have you ever asked yourself, what is music that is really yours? And you ever considered maybe working together with a composer or a performer from another genre, say a dancer, a painter, a sculptor, even an architect? To just sort of enrich your possibilities and give you ideas and to see the analogies that are in all arts. Yeah, so this particular work, this photo is of Winnie,
And this is from Samuel Beckett play called Happy Days. And Winnie is buried up to, you know, her waist at the beginning in the earth. It's kind of a post-apocalyptic scene. And then later up to her neck. And she's trying to remain positive and, you know, just sort of go about her normal activities, which is sort of analogous to what we're going through with COVID. Yeah, so this is all Winnie. And there I am playing with the earth, you know, buried in the earth up to my neck. And this is where her trombone catches fire. You know, it's global warming, it gets very hot, and then her trombone comes on fire, and she talks about that. And this is the end. It's kind of our existential state of being, and that's what Beckett was always very wrote about. I'd like to talk about also, oh, this is Rockabye, and this is the last 20 minutes in the life of an old lady. And in a sense, it's interesting because they're overdubbed. There's an overdubbed trombone quartet in the background, very eerie. And it adds one trombone, then two, then three, then four. And it's all as though death is coming closer and closer toward the end. And she's slowly rocking through all of this. And it's this beautiful poem that Beckett wrote. It's also a poem and a play. This is from Act Without Words, which is there's no text. It's just actions. It's a pantomime. And I'm being thrown on stage. It was very acrobatic. And this is, for instance, and I'm dressed as sort of a Buster Keaton kind of character. And Buster Keaton was a big favorite of Samuel Beckett because it is deadpan. And there I am practically flipping over. Okay, then I wanted to talk about, you know, how we can, it's better, you know, just really get what we want to say across in a kind of iconic vividness. And think about that when you're preparing for a concert or a solo, you know, performance of what's going to stay in the audience's minds and hearts. This is Miriam again. And this is, Miriam is actually a trilogy, and the first part of the trilogy is called The Mirror. And this is Miriam trying to figure out her identity as a woman. And she's trying on these various masks. And this is the mask of the child. This is the mask of sort of a middle-aged fat lady. Same. And there she is with this, her main mask. There she is playing, expressing herself through her trombone. Okay. So, also, just thinking about stage presence in general, it's kind of the most basic thing that we do as brass players. You know, when you enter a stage, you're actually entering the stage that is in the minds and hearts of your audience. So it's a sacred space. And so you want to really think about how you make your entrance, about how your presence when you play, what you're communicating, what your intention is ultimately, and obviously how you lead the stage, how you acknowledge and accept the energy of the audience. All of these things are incredibly important and can make a huge difference in what is communicated and received by the public. This is the scene from something actually we just finished working on, finally documenting through video, The Mirror. This is one of the main masks. It's the Daphne mask. And so you see Daphne was a nymph who was sort of being sexually harassed by a satyr. So she turns herself into a laurel tree. And so the branches coming out of this mask's head, you know, symbolizes her turning into the laurel tree. And that's a little girl mask. and the model mask, the smoker. And her absolute despair at not actually being able to quite define herself and know where she fits in. And here's where she pours, instead of taking these sleeping pills to commit suicide, she dumps water over her head. Okay, so, and I'd like you to, and you know, I think maybe we all ask ourselves this when we practice and when we prepare for a performance. But you know, what are you actually offering to humanity? I know it's a big question, but we really need to ask it in order to make sure that we're working on our personal deepest levels of artistry. Okay. Then I'd like to play, I'd like to mention also that Street Scene for the Last Mad Soprano is one of my pieces, also about 50 minutes long. And the character, Lucia, or Lucy, is based on, and this is her picture, on Gesualmina from La Strada, Fellini's La Strada. It's just a beautiful character, a beautiful soul. And we tried to capture some of that in this character, Lucia, who's, you know, she's a homeless woman living on the streets of New York, probably in the dumpsters behind the Metropolitan Opera. And she thinks that she has an audition with the Metropolitan Opera the next day. You know, she will sing. So she's practicing her arias on this park bench and getting all excited. She has her letter she's read for the 100th time about when she's to take her audition, and just very excited about that. And she tells a story at some point about her friend Betty, who is a victim of domestic violence. Her husband beats her because she hasn't cleaned his shoes properly. And then later on we find out that, oh, it's actually Lucia that went through that, and that's why she's on the street. And so she's preparing something of her own for this audition. And so it shows her, she's kind of doing a little dance, and she's actually starts to literally think with her trombone about what it means to sing, and how she can communicate her words through song, and if they communicate, and it's kind of a philosophical discussion with herself she's having. Okay. Anyway, I guess we'll play a little clip of that at the end. So anyway, I think let's see what I want to say. The question also being, right from the very beginning of your studies, and you know, just keep thinking about what it is you really want. Do you want to be sort of an employee of a cultural institution, or I suppose you could combine it, or do you really want to emphasize your artistry, and that maybe you could come up with something original, something really from your deepest self, and maybe help other people through your art, process their lives as you are processing yours through art. Now this piece is called Sibylline, and Sibylline is a cyborg. She's been sort of, she was a kind of a victim of a terrible murder, and she was put back together by scientists. And so she's sort of half machine and half human. And she's trying to, through this piece, she's trying to convince the scientists that she's human by being a talk show host. And here she is with a controller glove that is, she can trigger words and sounds and bits of music through that just by moving her fingers and hands. And this is sort of the video behind her, and it's symbolic of what's going on in her mind. And all of these cartoons that are in the piece I drew myself. This is sort of depicts nature, and her nature is constantly coming up through her wires And she has these visions of the beauty of nature. This is sort of a portrait of patriarchy kind of standing on our necks, in a sense. Okay, so when you practice, is it really, are you discovering new things? Are you in a state of perpetual discovery of yourself? I think practicing can be a very deep thing and a wonderful process. And this is a photo of actually an in performance of Alessia. She's definitely trying to discover her meaning in the world as an artist. Okay, so this is on kind of a personal wish, and probably a wish of most Italian brass players, I would think, that the future of brass playing, professional brass playing in Italy could be maybe at some point look like this. We can all help with that, I'm sure. And then finally, I'd like to play a clip of the mad soprano, basically philosophizing with her trombone about singing.
Of course I should hope that I'm imagining such a condition as this. But it's not unimaginable that I'm not. Will this help my audition? Or am I spreading myself too thin? And then I stop playing, and suddenly I'm gone again, back to a gossamer thread of silence. Not even my horn Such a noble instrument. I suppose it would make an impression. La 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 la. I hope this is leading up to something more than my usual collapse. These are the problems I have. Singing what I want to say. When I finally know that I want to sing.
Okay, I don't know if there's time for questions, but that would be lovely if anybody had any questions. Or we can just stop, no problem. Okay. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And I wish you happy practicing and a wonderful future.
We had some problems. We had some problems with the, I think, internet connection. Just cut down. Thank you very much, Abby Conant, for your wonderful show. I mean, just showing all your videos and career acting and all this was really nice. Just to make the students understand that it's very important. Also, the acting part and not only the playing part. So now, sorry, we have, as usual, our art clips by Antonella Lombardi, and tonight Antonella will talk about Raffaello e Michelangelo. Come tutte le sere abbiamo la clip di questa pillola di cultura da parte di Antonella Lombardi, e stasera parlerà di Raffaello e Michelangelo, il rapporto tra di loro.
Buonasera e bentornati. Questa sera parleremo del controverso rapporto di due dei più grandi artisti che hanno fatto la storia dell'arte, Raffaello e Michelangelo. Immaginiamo due grandi artisti, appunto, espressioni diverse e similari del loro tempo. Immaginiamo che si sfiorino e si rincorrano e si incrocino continuamente e che si ritrovino nei corridoi dello stesso maestoso palazzo, che non è un palazzo qualsiasi, è il Palazzo Vaticano, che il loro committente è il Papa, che non è un committente qualsiasi, che dopo anni di contatti più o meno ravvicinati si ritrovino a competere ora vicini più che mai. Non solo le loro arti, ma le loro attitudini. Chiuso e burbero uno, aperto e delicato l'altro, con tutti i loro seguaci che formano squadre neanche fossero in uno stadio. Questo accade quando Raffaello nel 1508 arriva in pianta stabile a Roma. In verità Raffaello ammira Michelangelo dai tempi di Firenze, quando raggiunge la città toscana con il suo maestro perugino. Michelangelo è l'artista che ha realizzato il maestoso David, che il giovane Urbinate studia e riproduce attentamente in alcuni disegni. È chiaro che le volumetrie possenti e il nuovo approccio michelangiolesco non possono non folgorare il giovane pittore che a Firenze rimane colpito da tutto questo fervore artistico, rappresentato anche dal ritorno dai palazzi meneghini di Leonardo. Raffaello, tuttavia, fa sue queste lezioni, ma continua per la sua strada. Lo incuriosiscono le opere di Michelangelo più innovative, come i cartoni preparatori per gli affreschi nel salone del Cinquecento di Palazzo Vecchio. Alcuni dettagli gli rimangono così impressi che durante il periodo fiorentino, comunemente individuabile tra il 1505 e il 1508, sono riconducibili alcuni stilemi michelangioleschi in opere quali la Madonna Bridgewater o la Sacra Famiglia Caneggiani. È nel periodo romano, tuttavia, che la rivalità tra i due artisti spinge verso l'alto la competizione. C'è da chiarire che l'esigenza non nasce soltanto dalla mera competizione stilistica, ma dalla concretezza dell'esigenza di aggiudicarsi le ricche commesse della corte papale. Da ciò anche le fazioni vere e proprie che cominciano a schierarsi con uno e con l'altro artista. Bramante, che da sempre era deciso ad ostacolare Michelangelo ed ora aveva un'occasione in più, prende le parti del suo protetto e concittadino Raffaello. Sebastiano Luciani, detto Sebastiano del Piombo per via della sua occupazione nella piombatura apostolica invece, che spalleggia l'amico Michelangelo e che più volte sostiene e da sempre ammira. Nel 1516 si crea l'occasione propizia. Il cardinale Giulio de' Medici commissiona 2 pale d'altare a Raffaello e Sebastiano del Piombo. Per aiutare il veneziano Sebastiano contro l'urbinate Raffaello, Michelangelo disegna di proprio pugno i cartoni di alcune parti della pala a tema Resurrezione di Lazzaro. Per comprendere quanto fosse competitivo, soprattutto il più anziano Michelangelo Buonarroti, basti pensare che la coppia Sebastiano del Piombo-Michelangelo tenta persino di ritardare la consegna per vedere la pala che avrebbe realizzato Raffaello, il quale tuttavia non aveva fatto in tempo a completare la sua trasfigurazione, che viene in seguito ultimata dai suoi collaboratori dopo la morte avvenuta nel 1520. Il fatto centrale è che questa competizione, quella dei due artisti, porta ad esempi altissimi in termini di qualità e produzione pittorica. Basti pensare all'occasione di poter dimostrare nella scuola di Atene, e ne parleremo approfonditamente nella prossima ed ultima puntata, tutto il sapere e la perizia tecnica che un giovane artista come Raffaello aveva acquisito e che aveva occasione di poter mostrare quando, pochi metri più in là, un grande maestro come Michelangelo, una sua grande ispirazione, stava per svelare al mondo intero il 31 ottobre del 1512 una delle più grandi opere mai realizzate nella storia dell'umanità, la volta della Cappella Sistina. Maestosa, costata allo stesso Michelangelo ben il 10% dei propri guadagni in pigmenti, pur avendoli macinati esso stesso, specialmente per il costo del blu che si ottiene dal costosissimo lapislazzulo, la volta della Sistina lascia a bocca aperta a tutti gli spettatori, dal garzone di bottega fino al pontefice, passando per Raffaello che ne rimane estasiato. La sana competizione tra i due lascia spazio a stupore e meraviglia. La leggenda narra che è proprio questo evento che si inserisce in un grande cambiamento in corso d'opera nell'esecuzione della scuola di Atene, nella stanza della segnatura. In verità Raffaello decide di modificare l'affresco quando, nell'agosto del 1511, viene parzialmente scoperta la volta della Sistina, svelando gli affreschi michelangioleschi, come testimoniatoci da Giorgio Vasari. Pare che la rivelazione della volta abbia così stupito Raffaello da convincerlo a rimuovere una porzione di affresco già ultimata per inserire la figura di Eraclito, adagiato sul primo gradino, il quale poggia il gomito su di un cubo di pietra, le cui fattezze sono un tributo a Michelangelo Buonarroti, facilmente riconoscibile nel volto del filosofo. Con la mano destra stringe una penna e scrive su di un foglio, allo sguardo verso il basso. Stivali in pelle rigida, si diceva che non li togliesse mai, in contrapposizione ai calzari degli altri filosofi rappresentati. Insomma, un vero ritratto.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas, Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Buonasera.
We are back in the studio, and as usual, now it's time for a good aperitivo. So, with the Florence Cocktail Week, tonight we present Julian Biondi, and he will prepare for us the Americano. The American is a cocktail. Come tutte le sere, a quest'ora arriva il momento della Florence Cocktail Week. E stasera abbiamo Julian Biondi, che abbiamo già conosciuto in studio questi giorni, e ci prepara un bellissimo cocktail che io amo, che si chiama Americano. Florence Cocktail Week, Julian Biondi.
Buonasera a tutti gli amici di Italian Brass Week. Io sono Julian Biondi e faccio parte dell'organizzazione di Florence Cocktail Week. Oggi vi parlerò di uno dei cocktail italiani più famosi, più conosciuti, che affonda le sue radici all'inizio del Novecento. Si tratta dell'americano. La prima cosa che ci viene in mente quando si parla di americano è: perché mai si chiama americano? Americano, ci sono diverse teorie. Alcuni dicono che sia dedicato a un pugile tale Primo Scarnera, detto l'americano, teoria fra l'altro confutata poi dalla storia, ma quella più probabile è che si trattasse ai tempi di un drink bevuto all'americana, cioè alla maniera in cui bevono gli americani, ovvero con ghiaccio e seltz, acqua gassata, insomma acqua molto gassata. Perché questo? Perché il ghiaccio all'inizio del Novecento in Italia era un bene di lusso, lo si trovava solo nei grandi hotel o nei posti estremamente raffinati. Quindi il concetto di bere un drink col ghiaccio era qualcosa relativo a un altro mondo, dall'altro lato dell'oceano. L'americano poi che cos'era? Un drink composto dai due prodotti più facilmente reperibili nella liquoristica italiana. Quello dolce, che è il vermouth dolce di Torino, nel quale mettiamo una dose, e quello amaro, che è il bitter di Milano. quale mettiamo un altro vaso. Quindi 2 parti uguali di vermouth e bitter e uno splash di soda. Andiamo a girare leggermente e utilizziamo come guarnizione una fetta d'arancia. Probabilmente la ricetta ai tempi era variabile, poteva cambiare il vermouth, poteva cambiare il bitter. Oggi l'americano è universalmente inteso come appunto questa che abbiamo fatta, però il concetto era appunto di bere qualcosa con ghiaccio e che segue quel gusto tutto italiano che è quella sinfonia di gusto fra il dolce e l'amaro, il bittersweet. Io vi ringrazio e ci vediamo alla Florence Cocktail Week.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company, merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Zombie nace en un contexto totalmente idílico. Realmente es una necesidad que provoca el mercado al no haber ninguna fábrica en España que hiciera instrumentos de metal. Mi sueño con 18 años ya era crear o fabricar unos instrumentos que podía ser motivo de orgullo, pero nace primero la idea de los instrumentos, aunque luego la materializa el estar fabricando joyería a nivel industrial y artesano. Mi abuelo ya era corneta, ya tocaba, ya hacía música con instrumentos de viento metal, mi padre clarinete. Lógicamente la vinculación al viento ya era genética, ya era algo que estaba ahí. ¿Por qué trompeta? Porque lo vi pequeño y lo vi fácil. Luego me equivoqué ya. ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces merece la pena? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces es bueno? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú? Realmente el instrumento, para nosotros el primer instrumento que no tenía marca ya fue un reto. Cuando sonó, simplemente fue una duda, porque lo que sonó era calidad, era simplemente vulgaridad. El nombre o el título Stombi está combinado dos nombres, Tomás, que es mi padre, y Vicente, que soy yo. Mi padre fue como yo un gran soñador, él fue un artesano que forjó el hierro, pero fue un clarinetista, un músico excepcional. Él era música. Mi padre hizo música con los medios que tenía, y yo, como no soy músico, simplemente me gusta la música, yo hago los sonidos que a mí me gustaría realmente estar representados en ellos. Mi problema fue el de rendimiento. Quería que dejara de sonar a trompeta y convertirse en flauta, que se convirtiera en oboe, que fueran maderas, más texturas, más colores. Eso es conceptual, hay cosas que no es el decir ya está hecho y ya sirve. Tú no estás adquiriendo un medio de hacer música, estás adquiriendo una forma de expresar música.
Es difícil saber cuándo fue la primera vez que escuché hablar de trompetas o de instrumentos. Pues por el trabajo que se ha desarrollado en mi familia, siempre hemos estado rodeados de música, de músicos y de instrumentos, realmente. Me dedico tanto al trabajo en fábrica como al contacto y la gestión de los clientes fuera de España. Hay países donde se ha hecho un trabajo más fuerte o durante más tiempo, entonces ya estamos considerados como una de las marcas de referencia. Nosotros estamos poniendo un número de horas de nuestra vida en ese instrumento que estamos fabricando y lo hacemos con mucho gusto y con mucho cariño. Yo creo que se verá reflejado en el instrumento y en el músico de alguna manera.
las trompas, como cualquier otro instrumento que fabricamos en esta casa, requieren que el personal esté muy especializado y tenga una gran experiencia y muchísimas horas de trabajo para poder familiarizarse con los instrumentos que utilizamos. A lo largo de su vida empezó por un camino, cual me encantaría poder continuar y que, si es posible, la siguiente generación de mi familia también pueda continuarlo, porque es el sueño de mi padre y me gusta verlo soñar cuando está diseñando algo nuevo o cuando oye tocar una de sus trompetas en la otra parte del mundo.
Yo quería un instrumento potente, pero no hiriente, cuando realmente los instrumentos de tradición son muy hirientes y al ser tan hirientes lo que ocurre es que más que hacer música destrozan música, bajo mi criterio siempre. Entonces, claro, el amalgamar, realmente el tener un sonido que tuviera la dulzura de un pianísimo y la gentileza en el fuerte de un fortísimo, potente, dinámico y no hiriente, para mí fue el gran hándicap. Nuestro gran logro ha sido el sonido Stoney, donde realmente tiene una personalidad. Yo estoy muy orgulloso y todavía estoy mucho más orgulloso de los nuevos productos que en este momento se están desarrollando y que técnicamente se incorporarán al profesional durante los años que vienen. La grandeza de lo que ahora, en este momento, yo estoy sintiendo en mi trabajo es que no estamos al servicio del instrumentista, estamos al servicio de la música.
Wonderful, wonderful cocktail, and of course the contribute from our sponsor. Now we keep going with the series of the electronic music, and tonight we have, of course, Electronica by Elastica Records, and we have Flame Parade. Continuiamo con la nostra serie sulla musica elettronica e appunto la produzione è di Elastica Records e abbiamo Flame Parade. Enjoy!
Open sea is where lead ways and ways, 1,000 years. Keeper, save my heart before you sleep. Save my heart before you sleep. How to feel new in a desert blue. There's something strange with no cure. This feeling that I stone lies on me. That I stone lies on me. That I stone lies on me. Should I go back to trust? Who knows the wind? Who knows the path? vacuum of green. Days and days, a million tears. Queen bee, take my hand, lies on me. Take my hand, lies on me. Take my hand, lies on me. Should I go back to trust? Who knows the wind? Who knows the past? A million stars tonight. If you open the door, a million diamonds in the cosmic night. You're walking down the river. Your father says goodbye, bye, bye, bye. Mary Jane, you are shine. Disappear tonight. If you open the door, a million fears. The sun goes down. You're walking down the river. Your father says goodbye, bye, bye, bye. Mary Jane, you are shining, and we'll shine on. We all shine on you. Shine on. We all shine on you. A million fears tonight. If you open the door, a million diamonds in the cosmic night. You're walking down the river. Your father says goodbye, bye, bye, bye. Mary Jane, your little shine, and we'll shine on. We all shine on you. Shine on. We all shine on you. You're walking down the river. Your father says goodbye when you're walking down the river. Your father says goodbye, bye-bye. Mary Jane, you are shining. Bye-bye. Mary Jane, you are shining. We all shine. There's a piece of land where I hear the past, a step away from a river with mountains behind. Time has gone and I found our wishes as old in my hand. Your face again, again, again. Oh, through the night our heart will surrender. Oh, through the night I'll live my perfect day. There's a piece of land where I hear the past, where I found you blind with a rose in your hand. The time has gone and I found our wishes there's old in my hand. Your face again, again, again. Oh, through the night our hearts will surrender. Oh, through the night I'll live my perfect day. Your stones again. The curse is broken, is broken, is broken. My dreams in black and white, as always there's no water. I found the paper bird, slowly, slowly run. Sometimes living in a day where nothing's gonna change. In my dreams in black and white, there's only fear. The street is what feels, maybe that's not notice me. an old fly zone to the great paper tree, and I said, oh, oh no, oh no, oh no, I wanna rise up again. Somebody's burning this old black town. Oh, I can't move from here tonight. Someone's looked forever around me. I just wanna wake up. My dreams in black and white. As always, there's no water. I found the paper burden, slowly around. But please, sir, let me get on. I want to get away from here. I saw his bad face, so the man was just like me. Somebody's burning this old black town. Oh, I can't move from here tonight. Someone's looked forever around me. I just wanna wake up. I just wanna wake up. I go to the black lake, a mirror of dusty rays. Reflect the cloud and the sun, where's the sun? And the sun falls right down to me. The sun falls right down to me. The sun falls right down to me. The world where nothing is gone. I've gotta keep us, see our shadows. I've got the fire when the winter comes.
Got a bag on my back when you're tired, when you're sad. Got a colors to paint your black. I've got a mountain to see you coming back.
Got the knife, you cut a piece of love. I've got the knife to cut a piece of love. I've got a knife to cut a piece of love. I've got a knife to cut a piece of love. got a knife to cut a piece of love. I got a knife to cut a piece of love. I've got a knife to cut a piece of love. I've got a knife to cut a piece of love. There are no that goes behind, it's endless canopy, and there are holes more comfort for disorders such as we. You are known in memories, your recollections are alive. I've been such a disappointment from the moment till we die. And we will descend from the sky, and we will bury you alive, and we will descend from the sky. You are not the man you thought you were, never know your mind. Still there are for so many places truth of our life. And we will descend from the sky, and we will bury you alive, and we will descend from the sky, and we will bury you alive. Try this leather with a yellow pen, 'cause inside of something bad I saw you blossom, born from a bud, while a raptor you was no shelter, there was no sand. Between fire and terror, only 2 drops of water there to hide you underwater, underwater. A great little boat is lost in the lake. Let's watch from afar and paint the new way. There will be miles and bricks to trail to build our new home. Only a cypress watching the road and the sound of the river, of the river. There was no shelter, there was no sand. Between fire and terror, only 2 drops of water there to hide you underwater. There will be mud and bricks at will to build our new home, our new home, our new home.
Hola, hola.
Hola, hola, hola a todos.
¿Cómo están? We are M5 Mexican Brass. And we are so happy to be here with you.
Los saludamos desde México para todo el mundo.
Esperemos que se encuentren todos muy bien. Yeah, so we're M5 Mexican Brass, and it's a big pleasure to delight you with half an hour of our music and tell you a little bit about who we are. Hope you enjoy.
My name is Oscar Villegas, and I play the trumpet in this beautiful brass quintet. This is like a family with my friends, very, very good friends. And I play in orchestra. It's my principal job. And I have 2 kids and wife, obviously. And oh, you know, I not speak English very well, but I'm Thai, and I'm very happy to stay with you.
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm the other trumpet player of M5. And Oscar and me, we founded this group in 2005, which is already 15 years ago. And at the very beginning, of course, we had no idea where this would take us at some point. I think in 2008, we started doing a tour in the United States every year. And they became bigger and bigger and longer. And then every year, literally one new country came to the travel list, and now 15 years later we look back on 1,300, 1,400 concerts, something like that, in 5 continents, and it's really amazing, because you don't really plan on something like that. I'm originally from Germany, and I lived 15 years in Mexico, and it's just the last 2 years that I moved to the United States. I'm living in Atlanta, where I teach at Georgia State University, live there with my family and my kids, and yeah, we are very happy to share a little bit of our music with you, and we hope you enjoy.
Hello, my name is Juan Carlos Quiterio. I play French horn, and I play with these amazing guys since 2007. I play in orchestra. I married. I live with my wife and my new born son. I like very a lot play with these guys. In this group. Everything is fun, is a lot of music, is very interesting. Greetings to all and bye.
Hola, mi nombre es Roberto Carlos Cruz Silva, trombonista del quinteto M5 Mexican Brass.
Hello, I'm Roberto Carlos, the trombone player of M5 Mexican Brass.
He's our little baby.
Tengo 28 años. Hace 8 años entré al quinteto por una invitación de Oscar.
I'm 28 years old, and exactly 8 years ago, I was the last new member by invitation of Oscar. Oscar, you never told that.
It's true. I don't know what happened.
Nos hemos presentado en tantos lugares, muchísimo. Algunos son...
Especially when we go to Alaska, when we start to ski, you know? Do you remember?
Ya. Bueno, Estados Unidos, Chile, África, Alemania, China, Canadá.
So it's really incredible. We've been playing at so many places, like United States, Africa, China, Germany, Canada. And Oscar is saying, do you remember when we tried to ski in Alaska? Imagine the Mexicans skiing for the first time in Alaska.
Mucho dolor.
Sí. Pero para mí es una de las mejores giras que hemos tenido. Para mí, no sé para los demás.
The Alaska tour?
Yeah.
Charlie says the tour to Alaska was the best tour for him.
It was amazing, absolutely.
Impactful. I agree. This was really cool.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Me llamo José López Juárez y yo soy tubista de M5, Mexican Browns.
No, okay. This crazy man is José López. He plays the tuba in M5.
Yo he tenido la fortuna de acceder a este grandioso quinteto desde el 2007 que formo parte.
And I'm very lucky to be part of this great quintet since 2007 when I came in.
Las razones son muy simples. En las giras que tenemos, mucha comida, mucha bebida, mucho viaje, mucho disfrutar.
The reasons are very simple, because on all the tours we do, there's a lot of food, there's a lot of drinking, there's a lot of traveling, and there's a lot of fun.
La última cosa que hacemos siempre es tocar juntos con estas grandiosas personas.
And the last thing we do is play together with my wonderful friends. So it's the last thing.
Yo soy originario de la zona de Texcoco, una zona muy influenciada por la música de viento.
I'm originally from Texcoco, which is an area in Mexico which is very famous for wind music.
Actualmente toco en la Orquesta Sinfónica de Pachuca. aquí en México y en este grandioso quinteto. Tenemos un proyecto de enseñanza de núcleos para niños, para una cuestión social.
And I also play in the Pachuca Symphony Orchestra and in this wonderful group, M5. And I'm also teaching in an educational project for kids. It's a social educational project in Texcoco.
De este proyecto ha nacido un gran festival que tenemos aquí en Texcoco, que algún día conocerán, que también M5 se ha presentado en este grandioso foro.
And from this project, which you just mentioned, in Texcoco, was born the idea of a festival, of a music festival, Vientos de la Montaña, which is a very large music festival in October, right? Is it October?
October.
Yeah, in October every year, where M5 has already performed, and also very famous people from all over the world, but there are very many participants.
Sí, nosotros somos muy felices de hacer música con M5 y esperemos que a ustedes también les guste toda la música de M5.
Yeah, for us it's a big fun to play together, and we hope that you like our music as well.
I want to say something for this moment. You know, it's very difficult, but I think the most important is the music, and you need feel how changed your life. And I want to say, take your instrument and be happy.
Sé que son tiempos difíciles, pero tenemos que cuidarnos unos a los otros. El cuidado empieza de uno mismo.
I know these are difficult times, but we have to take care of each other, and taking care always starts with yourself.
En esta situación que estamos viviendo, ahora lo importante es que nosotros nos mantengamos con buena salud.
In the situation we are all living right now, the most important thing is that we stay really healthy.
Si nosotros tenemos buena salud, después tendremos la oportunidad de gozar de conciertos, clases y toda la situación que quisiéramos en la vida.
And if we're healthy, then we will be able to enjoy concerts and lessons and courses and everything that we enjoy when this is over.
Entonces, lo que hay que respetar las restricciones para cuidar nuestra salud. Saludos a todos y que tengan sana distancia.
And that's why it's important to follow all the instructions for safety, for health, and whatever is necessary to just stay safe. And many hellos from Jose, and he says in healthy distance.
My wishes for you is be patient, be smart, practice a lot of music, and enjoy the music.
Yeah, these are very challenging times also for a group like us, with all the work cancelled, all the concerts lost, and also money lost, and everybody is kind of in the same boat. And I think we have always the opportunity to either complain or see where we can grow. And I think it's important to watch, to observe, and to take advantage of all the things that we can do now, because we have time. And go inside, do something that you always wanted to do, learn to do yoga, learn to meditate, play a lot of music, and just become a better version of yourself. So, and for us, this is, as a group, this is also like a time of reset, of reboot, and to just go with the flow, and when it starts over again, to be fresh, to be a new version of who we are. And as my friend said, it's important to stay healthy, it's important to be happy. This is what music making is about, and we hope you enjoyed our music and to get to know a little bit about us, and we would love to meet you in person very soon, anywhere in the world, on stage, backstage, under the stage. And take care, be well, and until next time, Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Adiós.
Hello. We are back in the studio to present our evening concert series. Tonight we have two great soloists and an amazing group. I'm very happy to present my friend and an extraordinary trumpet player, Ruben Simeo. Enjoy, Ruben.
Hola, soy Rubén Simeo y este es mi concierto privado para el Italian Brass Week 2020. Espero que os guste. Ha sido un placer estar esta mañana virtualmente con vosotros en la masterclass y ojalá nos podamos ver pronto. Espero que lo disfrutéis.
sabe cuando van a escuchar a Piazzolla que no van a ver ni a Valentino, ni van a escuchar el choclo, ni la comparsita. Sabe que van a escuchar una música nueva, de un pueblo nuevo.
In Magdenkirchen gibt es eine sehr lange Tradition von der Herstellung von Musikinstrumenten, die über 350 Jahre mittlerweile andauert. So in unserem Werk fertigen wir die Marken B&S, Heuer, Scherzer, Melton, Courtois und Bessem. Das sind in Summe über 10.000 Instrumente, die wir hier pro Jahr fertigen. Und das alles in reiner handwerklichen Fertigung. Natürlich das auch teilweise in Kombination mit hochwertiger CNC-Technik. Das heißt, unsere Perinet-Maschinen oder die Teile dafür werden auf CNC-Maschinen hergestellt, aber wie zum Beispiel die Schallstückfertigung, die Anstoßfertigung von den einzelnen Instrumenten, das ist wirklich in der klassischen, traditionellen Fertigungsweise, so wie wir das seit über 200 bzw. 250 Jahren kennen. Unsere Fertigungstiefe hier beträgt 100%, das heißt, sämtliche Bauteile, die wir an einem Musikinstrument vorfinden, werden bei uns in eigener Fertigung hergestellt. Das fängt an Schallstückfertigung, Anstoßfertigung, Zugfertigung, sowohl für die Ventilzüge als auch für die Handzüge von den Posaunen, die Montage, die Oberfläche vom Polieren bis Versilbern, Vergolden oder Lackieren von den Instrumenten. Unsere Instrumente, die wir hier herstellen, werden auf der ganzen Welt von vielen namhaften Musikern gespielt. Sie sind in allen Orchestern der Welt zu finden, wie New York, Berlin. Zum Beispiel die Meistersinger-Posaunen werden in Wien gespielt, bei den Philharmonikern. Das ist eines der namhaftesten Orchester der Welt. Wir sind permanent bemüht, unsere Instrumente weiterzuentwickeln, seien es neue Modelle oder auch kleine Veränderungen an Instrumenten, die dem Musiker helfen, das Instrument mit Leichtigkeit, besserer Intonation oder Ähnlichem spielen zu können.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Is a DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
Ladies and gentlemen, we start with another concert, Elias Fingers from Sweden, and I'm very, very happy. I just saw him and we had a sound check, and I'm extremely excited to hear his show, and it's going to be a big show. So Elias, eccolo qua, Elias. We can start. Yeah, buonasera.
Buonasera, great to see you guys. And
yeah, great to see you. And I'm very excited to hear you. And I'm sure it's going to be phenomenal concert.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So far, guys. Good. Let's keep going. We just keep going.
Sound great, man. Sound great.
How are we doing so far? Yeah.
Crazy, yeah.
I'd like to play a piece, which it's kind of baroque thing.
Okay.
So I hope you like it. The first piece I played, I played in the middle of March. I played in New Orleans, in Louisiana, in the States. It was totally amazing. This Corona thing already were happening, so they kind of closed places and closed concert halls and stuff. But I still was able to play in a 500-seat hall, and we had maybe 100 people sitting and listening, and we had like 8,000 listening to the live stream, and it was like from New Orleans. That was amazing. Anyway, the first piece I played, I composed right after I came back home. I was so inspired by New Orleans and by Louisiana and the southern part of the States. It was my first visit there. So that was the first piece. Second piece is favorite of my oldest son. When we started to play around with electronics, he kind of liked that big so I made a piece out of it. And now I'll play a piece which we call Baroque for K.
Bravo, suoni baroque.
Italian brass week, yeah! Champions I have such great pleasure playing for you guys. I want to say Jimmy Saga, the sun is shining. Yeah, we are doing well. we can still play. Let's have some fun now. Yes, and thank you, Luca BENUCCI.
Thank you to you.
And all the guys working with this wonderful, wonderful project. I love you. And I'll sure want to see you in person someday. And this is my microphone. And could be clown house as well. Who knows? How are we doing so far?
Fantastico!
Yeah. All right. I would like to continue with a piece which I wrote for my wife years ago, and it's a waltz. It's just a waltz. Waltz for K.
Nicolino, mi vai dietro.
What time is it now? Oh, okay.
It's about
and
9.
Now I'd like to play a classical piece, and I have a feeling that you guys going to recognize it. It's a very hard one, actually, especially to play it alone. It's not easy. It's usually played by the big orchestra. You will understand what I'm talking about. With a big, huge orchestra, and I'm trying to do it alone because of these crazy times. You got to do a lot of things just by yourself, even musically, right? So, wish me luck. It's a hard one.
لا تتفكك.
What would you like to hear? Some acoustical piece, maybe. Maybe something funny. Maybe. Okay.
You know what to do.
I'll pick for you. That's going to be like encore. It's going to be like extra number.
Grande! Bravo!
Savage stuff.
Sound great, man. I enjoy it very much.
Guys, I have lots of music to play. Really, I mean, we can continue for hours like this. And I really enjoy it, so.
We enjoy it too,
but this is it for tonight, I guess.
Thank you.
I hope you had good time.
Yes.
Trombone could be fine as well.
I have all the ladies and girls dancing behind the studio like you can see them because this is one part of the studio. The back is the theater and we have the backstage people and the girls was down 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 down. Haha.
Oh, that's good.
That's
good.
nice. That's nice. So Elias, thank you very much. Wonderful, extremely wonderful.
Thank you.
And
I would love, I would love to thank you, Luca, and Vincenzo for letting me do this because this is, I mean, I usually travel a lot and I play a lot, but now I'm at home since March.
Yeah.
So this is like great opportunity to meet you guys and to support a great project. So thank you very much for having me here. I would love to see you in person someday. So thanks for the great job.
I will mail you privately, but thank you for the moment and see you next year.
See you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you very much. Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
So, wow. Amazing energy and, completely innovative. And, okay, there is many people already doing these kind of things, but, I enjoy it very much, the energy and what he puts in the music and his sympathy and his, familiarity with the trombone and playing bolero with this all kind of pedals and fantastico. And now we finish our night with another ensemble full of energy, full of, colors. They are from Venezuela and I'm talking about the Siete Cuartos. Amazing. They already have been at the Italian Brass Week when we were in Cesena. And I think it was the first Europe tour that they done. This was in 2012, 2013, so 78 years ago. And already they were so good, already. So I believe now that they are grow up and then they have management behind and they went all over Europe and all over States I can believe now they're terrific. So, the Siete Cuarto from Venezuela, but a little bit from Miami, Venezuela. Okay? It's going to be very, very fine, extraordinary video. See you tomorrow morning, okay? Just before we go. Tomorrow morning, we will show and we will stream the main show. And don't lose it. Don't be there. I will be here at 8 o'clock to present it. And we cross fingers for the wind, the weather, because it depends on this for the main show. But we already have, we had today the general rehearsal, which was extremely good. Just, you know, flying on the air, hot air balloon on top of Florence. So just in case we had, you know, some information, hopefully tomorrow we have the wind, right wing to go up, to take off and show you live the streaming. And later on there is a full day of masterclass groups and Wings to Talent with the best kids, the best talents from Italy, and not only Italy, Spain, France. And what else? We have many contribute tomorrow. It's going to be the last day, and in the night a big party. So prepare your prosecco, cocktails, and together we will be you know, living, you know, still in streaming, but we will open the cameras and we will dance with you, we will drink, and we will have about half an hour party with you, maybe more than half an hour, because it's going to start 8 o'clock with groups, and then open the camera, and then groups, open the camera, and then there is some surprise. But I can't tell you the time, but we will have many surprises tomorrow. Live people, live show, and so on. Enjoy the Siete Cuartos, one of my favorite group worldwide. Ciao. Good night.
Hola, sean todos bienvenidos a nuestro concierto. Somos el ensamble Siete Cuartos de Venezuela.
Y estamos muy contentos de estar de vuelta en el gran festival Italian Brass Week.
En esta oportunidad no estaremos con ustedes, pero gracias a la tecnología podremos estar un poco cerca.
Esta noche presentaremos un repertorio muy variado, lleno de sorpresas y un homenaje muy especial,
donde disfrutarán de diferentes ritmos de todo el continente americano, empezando desde Argentina hasta los Estados Unidos.
Esperemos les guste nuestra música.
Muchas gracias al maestro Luca BENUCCI por la invitación. Espero que lo disfruten.
we want to make a tribute to the Brazilian music, the famous Tico Tico.
Muchísimas gracias por compartir con nosotros en nuestro concierto. Nos vemos en la próxima edición del Italian Brass Week.
¡Gracias!